There we go. I think it's all set up and running. I think, I hope, I pray. Yeah, got a notification. I'm live. Hell yeah, brother. Let me get some music on for myself. I would like to play music for like the whole stream, but unfortunately, the way I set up the edited version of these is the way I have the edited version of these set up is that I pull the final file from YouTube itself and not from my own computer. So unfortunately, I if I have music playing during the stream, I'm gonna basically have to work around it in the edited version. I can't apply music in post because it'll just be there. Is that the zoom out button? Have I not known what the zoom out button is this whole time? Oh, that's crazy. Oh, that's weird. Okay, yeah, so I am live. That means I have some time to eat my cereal without bothering too many people's ears. So, I could at the very least just work on some MEQ. Let's heal off this Star Lord if I can. Oh, well, you know what? Gives me more time to heal, I guess. It's funny how this looks like a Realm of Legends fight because of the background, but it's not. Very amusing. Surprising amount of damage I'm doing for a rank 1 while under the weakness effect of the node. It's crazy. There we go. Yeah, he did way more damage than I thought he would. That's why I was wrong about you, Red Hulk. You aren't just a waste from the Titan pool. That's weird. One of those visions. It's gonna be fun. For Proxima, how many people that can heal? I'll heal. I'll go Spider Gwen and just heal her up. Oh, I might die from poison. Oh, God. Yeah. One more hit. Come on. Fuck. Oh, she's stunned. Oh, yeah, I'm dead. Yeah, I'm actually buffing Onslaught. He's not doing enough as a mutant champion, you know? He's clearly he can't counter reversal outright. So we're gonna make him counter reversal outright. We give him more damage, we'll make him counter reversal. Well, we'll give him nullified too. How about that? Because obviously a mutant champion needs nullified too. Let's just add him. Let's give him everything we can. Onslaught needs help. He's not that important of a champion. Like we're joking about this, but I actually sent a message not last night, but somebody else. I sent a message to somebody. It was Taser. I was sending a message to Taser the other day when I announced the date for the stream. Like, my series is going to either thrive or die based on how people accept what I do to Photon or Onslaught. Because nothing I do is going to be satisfying for either of them, but it has to be done. And like, even if it's like, yeah, we gotta nerf them, no one's gonna accept the nerf like outright, you know. Like, it's gonna be tricky. This year's gonna be tricky. I can already tell. It's gonna be those two specifically. But hey, you know what? If I get to buff Moondragon, hey, that's fine by me. The law of equivalent exchange. There we go. That's weird. Can you hear? I don't know if there's anyone in the chat aside from you, Indigo. Can y'all hear the music in my headset? Because I can see the audio waves if I stop talking, which is weird. Which is really weird. Yeah, that's wild. I can see the audio waves. If I stop talking, I see it. It's goofy as hell. My goofy streamer setup. I'm just going to play through this last MEQ because I've been putting it off for way too long, and then I'm going to actually get started. Where's the... At the very least, the MEQ gives me a nice place to dump all my potions. I get way too many of them and not enough content to clear. Ow. Yeet. I hit delay. Damn it, my controller's. It's weird playing this game on the controller. I have far more delay to my inputs. Die, please. No. My Sandman is at rank 4, and I'm damn proud of it. He, oh, I don't actually even know if he was my first rank 4. It might have been Mordo, because I think I got it from a gem. Oh, no, I think it was Sandman. No, Sandman was my first rank 4. I'm 90% sure that it was. Yeah, these are my rank 4s. I'm pretty sure it's Sandman. That was my first. If it wasn't Sandman, it was probably Mordo. No, it was Sandman because I remember the Alliance being like freaking out, like, "Wait, you use a gem on Mordo?" And I'm like, "You're goddamn right, I did." Yeah, it was Sandman. He was my first rank 4, and I still love him. He's just like, I want to say he has utility that isn't used in the game right now, but it's not utility that's like, oh, you need an unstoppable champion to counter a mystic champion. It's like, oh, I need an unstoppable champion to say no to stupid interactions, you know? Like, no one's gonna notice it other than me. So it's also funny because I also bought the AFKO ticket to bet on the auto fight champion for the Summoners Fest, and I willingly and fully cognizant and aware chose Sandman while also being aware of the fact that he's not going to win. There's no way Sandman actually wins the AFKO tournament. I just bought it to support my boy, to support my son. At the very least, I hope Sandman lasts like a round. Oh. I also forgot to heal Spider-Gwen. No, I did heal Spider-Gwen after that. I don't know where I lost health. No. Maybe the dementia's just kicking in early for me. Alright, cool. This is just an excuse for me to use revives that are going to be sold in any event. I gotta use 40s. This is a real piss poor display of my skill. Yeah, you should absolutely give this guy. Yeah, absolutely allow this guy to have opinions on game balance and how champions should be designed, because he's certainly really good at the game. Surely he has the experience to make educated opinions on this. Yeah, I can't time parry on PC as well as I do on mobile. After a while, it becomes second nature to me, and I start getting it, but it takes a long while for that to kick in. Yeah, see, there you go. Now it's kicking in. If only I was playing content for the rest of the stream instead of turning off the game and talking about it for like 2 hours. All right, you know what? Let's mess around for a bit. Let's put my son against my son. Or my boy, rather. He's not my son. I didn't design him, but he's just my boy. Oh, this is the energized node. Okay, I didn't even realize that. Oh, and I get the willpower heal. I've actually never done the salmon rotation on PC. I hope I don't mess it up somehow. I almost messed it. I almost messed it up. I pressed the block button by accident. By accident, I almost pressed the block button. All right, got back to 50%. It's pretty good. He's gonna get rocked so hard in the AFKO tournament, but I'll support him either way. It's like going to your niece's t-ball game, knowing damn well they're gonna they're gonna get swamped. But you're like, hey, it's okay, it's okay. We'll go to Chuck E. Cheese afterwards. You did your part, buddy. You did your best. Oh man. Is there anybody I have to worry about? Not really. Probably just need a miscounter for Strife. I might give that to Photon. Probably should be using actual champions for this now because I'm already this late in the game. I used a lot of rank 1s and not enough rank 2s. Mr. Negative is a character that I really want to learn more. I ranked him up for war defense because of the tactic, but I do want to learn more of him. I think it was actually Grass videos that got me like, oh hey, I should probably learn this character. Ooh, that was clean. I don't think this is how you're supposed to do it, but I mean, that's how I'm doing it. Ooh, also clean. Oh, that was weird. Oh, right, immortal. There we go. Man, I don't care how rogue he is. He has so much aura, dude. Like, I really wish more of the Sinister Six or just Spidey's Rogues galleries were better. Like, Spider-Verse champions in the game are really good, but a lot of his villains aren't as good, and I wish more of them were. Hopefully this will give me some healing too. Doc Ock is absolutely underrated. He's just, his time is past, you know? Like, he's kind of like Blade. Like, Blade is a really good champion as far as, like, history is concerned. But, like, nowadays, he just can't compete, and it's unfortunate, you know? Like, I remember back in the day, Doc Ock was, like, the world's biggest skill check, you know? Like, Doc Ock was, like, the finer man's champion, you know? Oh, damn it. That's fine. But now he's like, even he's fallen off worse than Blade actually has, just because of how much has happened since its initial release, and it's unfortunate. Him or Green Goblin would probably be my first bets on like, hey, if you're gonna rework a Sinister Six champ, I did it again. If you're gonna rework a Sinister Six champion, it's got to be one of those two because those are too near and dear to Spidey lore, you know. That did a lot of damage. Yeah, clearly she needs the ensnare. She's not a good champion without ensnare, you know? She's just not a good champion. She needs the ensnare. If she's nothing out without the ensnare, then she shouldn't have it. No. I like Spider Woman a lot too. Spider Woman's very like again, Spider Verse champions are really good, but Sinister Six champions aren't as good, unfortunately. I hope they do. I was really hoping they would rework at least some of the Spider-Man villains when no Way Home came out, because Green Goblin when that one was really good. So I was hoping for it. I've lightened up on the Rhino nerf. I made a couple of memes on the Rhino nerf, on the Rhino buff. I made a lot of memes on the Rhino buff itself because I kind of hopped on the bandwagon. But looking at him now, he is a bit of a mean defender. It's just hard to feel him as a defender, you know? I don't know why I was using that many heavy attacks with Spider Woman. That's an excellent question, Parth. I have no idea why I was doing that. I think I just like naturally I just rely on heavy attacks to keep opponents aggressive because I don't have the same game sense on PC as I do on mobile. But yeah, I'm hoping at least one Spider-Verse bad. I keep saying baddie. Are we the baddies? I hope at least one Spider-Verse villain gets reworked or updated with whenever the new movie comes out. Yeah, Yondu's first buff, not damn it. Yondu's first buff, not great. Yondu's second buff, they kind of cooked. They kind of cooked really good with Yondu's second buff, but he's just not a 7-star, so it's hard to equate him, you know. And that's always a thing too. Like with champion buffs, they rarely ever introduce new concepts with champion buffs. Like they were never going to introduce reversal with the champion buff, or they were never going to introduce like retribution on Spider Woman with a buff. It's always got to be on champion releases. So it's weird to look at champion buffs because for the most part they can't do anything new. They just have to be good at what what their class was already doing. God damn it. Shit, cause oh no! Please die. Like Spider-Man 2, like not the movie Spider-Man 2, like this Spider-Man as well. Like he's really good, but because he doesn't do anything new, a lot of people kind of sleep on him, and because the rotation is a little rigid. But like it's unfortunate with champion buffs. Either they're busted because of their numbers, or they don't do anything. You know, as far as the community is concerned. Who did I use for this one? I think I used Dust, actually. Dust is who I used. I tried using Yondu in Alliance Quest because my path in Alliance Quest is really weird. Like, Raimi Spider-Man 4. That didn't get announced, did it? That wasn't real, right? That wasn't real, right? Raimi Spider-Man 4? That's not happening, is it? Is it? Like not to say like I'm unhappy. Like if a Raimi Spider-Man 4 is coming out, sure, but it's like Raimi Spider-Man 4 implies that Sony's the people that are doing it. And Sony hasn't exactly had the best track record with Spider-Man movies in recent history. Like that's my only gripe. Like, you want to give me they want to give me a Spider-Man 4? I'll take a Spider-Man 4. I just hope it's not under the same management as the past few Spider-Man projects have gone. You know, like it's unfortunate. Where's Dust? Where is she? Nope, wrong one. There we go. Oh wow, really? Okay, cool. That's. I mean, okay. Spider-Man, Spider-Verse films, yes, definitely very good. But we've gotten like what 5 delays for the last Spider-Verse movie, so I'm still like, someone's going on there. Someone's going on over in that neck of the woods, you know. I love Spider Verse one. I'm not as happy with Spider Verse two, but I will gladly accept that it's a great movie because it is a great movie. I just wasn't as happy with it as I was with one. Oh, I forgot he does that. I forgot what his specials looked like. Oh, I crush Revolution. Hey, he throws it, doesn't he? No, he throws that. Okay. Yeah, I don't particularly like movies that do that. That kind of rely on a sequel to do their thing. Um, like there's definitely a medium for it. It's just not something I care for. I messed that up. Like Spider Verse one was a. Oh, damn it! How did I do that? I dexed special one. I didn't even practice that. All right, cool. This isn't good. Oh man, I'm in a weird position now. What was I saying? I need a. It's weird. Most people that I see stream have trouble with focusing their gameplay while they talk. I have trouble focusing my words while I'm while I'm playing. I have the inverse problem. But yeah, I'm not a big fan of movies that kind of rely on their sequels to make a lot of sense. I think Spider Verse One was a really good movie. That like, if Spider Verse One was the only Spider Verse movie to ever exist, I would have been happy. You know, it's a complete story. But now that they've opened it up with Spider Verse Two, it's like, okay, either you finish it really well or you're screwed. You know, like that's my personal opinion on like movies in general. Like I took a couple classes on this when I was in college, so like I'm very opinionated on this. So I really do feel like I can't enjoy stuff, you know. So, but I mean, hopefully when Spider Verse 3 does come out, it blows our socks off. I'm holding out hope. I haven't counted it out just yet. I just know that there's been way too much drama going on in the background than a movie should reasonably have. Loved Infinity War. Infinity War, chef's kiss. Amazing movie. Endgame, I kind of equate Endgame to the same way as I equate No Way Home, where it's like when you watch it for the first time, you're like, man, this is awesome. This is the best thing ever. Like no notes, like amazing. But then the more you rewatch it and the more you think about it and stew on it, you're like, maybe they went too far in a few places, you know? Not like it's a bad movie, it just could have been better, you know? And especially with Endgame, I saw one video that rewrote Endgame to be something really, really good narratively speaking. And it's like, I like the Endgame we got, but if we got that Endgame, that would have been a ballpark, you know? But I'm not one of those guys that like hounds Marvel Twitter about Endgame opinions. Okay, I'm glad you pulled. I'm glad you pulled that out. I'm glad you pointed that out. I'm glad somebody knows that that's a George Lucas quote. Oh, brother. But I mean, hey, Endgame. As far as like watching it, like seeing the individual moments like that, like I don't think I've ever smiled. I don't think I've ever smiled as hard or since. I don't think I've ever smiled as hard as when I saw Cap with Mjolnir. That's probably the widest I've smiled at a movie since I was like born. You know, like it's like as a Cap fan, that it was really great for me. Like I haven't smiled quite as yeah, it was an event. Like Infinity War, I will defend as a very good movie, like a very well made narratively profound movie. Endgame was definitely an event, though. Endgame was made to be a kind of cornerstone of MCU history. Which I mean, it's a trade off, one or the other. Oh, this is my first 7-star of the Wave 2 relics. What am I gonna get? Like no kid that watches the MCU with their parent, like as an event or as a little ritual. No kid born after the glory days of the MCU is going to enjoy it as much as we did when we saw it. Like it feels like our generation of Star Wars. Like you literally had to be there in the theater. I don't like the UI. I can't see what the secondary perk of this is. Oh, perfect. I was just about to run low on science alloys. That's very good. Yeah, I got nothing I can open. I'm still saving for the base pull up. Oh, you know what? This is a perfect point to tell my story about how I got spoiled for Endgame. Oh man. So I remember the spoilers for that was so I just topped at the mic, didn't it? Oh man. I will tune down my volume a little bit. There we go. Okay, that's better. Oh man, this is a great time for me to talk about how I got spoiled for Endgame because I got spoiled in the dumbest way possible. Because in the moments leading up to Endgame, I was still at university. I remember opening my phone in calculus class to buy tickets because I was like I told my friends, guys, if you can't get tickets, I'm sorry, I'm going on my own, But I got tickets for it, and I remember like for solid like 3 months, I stayed off of like the internet completely. I didn't look at Twitter. I didn't look at Reddit. I didn't look at anything. I didn't. I refused to talk to my friends about the movie. I was locked out of just information because as soon as the spoilers started coming out, I was like, oh man, I gotta resist it. I gotta resist it. And then the fucking night before premiere, the night before Endgame goes up and I go to watch it in the theater, the night before, I'm like, man, I'm so tense. I'm so excited for Endgame tomorrow. You know what? I'm going to play a couple of games on Overwatch. I'm going to stay out of voice chat, but I'm going to play a couple of games on Overwatch and just kind of like de-stress, just play a couple rounds. I get online. I look at the kind of group matchmaker. The name of one of the groups that like the title for the group that you can choose to join in or not. The title says Iron Man and Black Widow die. And I threw my controller. I was so mad. Like, fuck. Oh man. I was so angry at that. I was so infuriated. Man. Like I didn't hear as many spoilers about Infinity War because Infinity War was like a lot of expectations of what could happen, but Endgame was completely unknown. Like no one knew what was going to happen. Oh no, you're not late, Osmosauce. You're right on time. I was about to get started. Yeah, no. I was just doing MEQ for a little bit. Made me so angry. That's the exact same energy. Just Nat and Tony die. You can get mad at them. You can like message them. You can rage at them. You can beat them in the game. but you know they've already won. That's the worst thing. Like with those people that spoil shit like that, you can't do anything to them to spoil their victory. They already got what they wanted. Oh, it's infuriating. It's so rage inducing. Okay. I think it's time we start warming up for the main event. Disconnect the controller. Ah. Let me get a bowl of my cereal real quick. Shout out to all the Reddit mods that were scouring their respective forums, like removing spoilers. Those guys were like Atlas holding up the like holding it up like Atlas. Those guys are real homies. Made the ultimate sacrifice to preserve content for everyone else in those spaces. Shout out to those guys. Yeah, I barely started working on that today. I barely had an idea for what I could do for it. I still haven't written anything down. I just was thinking about it today. I got a lot of overhaul. I got a lot of overhauls. Alrighty, boys or girls. I don't know. I don't know who's here, but we're back. We're back. We're back for Rebalance 2023. Very happy with all the support this has gotten. I got a surprising amount of support with this project, which is funny because I tried making commentary or like game balance commentary in the past, and it hasn't really gotten off the. It didn't quite get off the ground as much as I hoped it would. But I think after I got a really big view spike with the Sabretooth video, this one got a little more coverage in other creator spaces. So, I mean, it's cool. I talked to a lot of other people with this concept, and people seem to really like it. Like Grass really liked it, TC really liked it, and it's very fun. But here we are with Rebalance 2023. I'm hoping I don't stay here for 4 hours like I did last time. I'm hoping to keep it down to like 3. But I'm also aware of like there's a couple wild cards in here. There's a couple problem points here, and we're gonna have to have a big discussion specifically with champions like her and him and her, which we're starting with. But this is gonna be a fun one. This is going to be a very fun one. And I'm hoping that a lot more people come in here as well, like to give their opinions, because more so than last year, this year has a lot of champions that I just don't have a lot of personal experience with. Like as popular as Vox and Werewolf and Adam are, I don't have a lot of hands-on experience with any of them. So those three especially are going to be big. Yeah, Kate Bishop's going to be. We'll get to Kate Bishop. For those of you here that don't know, and for those of you watching this in the edited down version that also don't know, there are some limitations to what we can or can't do as far as changing these characters. But before I get into that, I want to talk about something very specific because I want to clarify something. I got a lot of comments on the videos and the short that I posted as well in the past about Actually, not even the short, really. Mostly just Discord messages actually that I've talked about changes that I made or talked about the video in general, or the project in general. Is that something I want to hammer down as a point is that rebalancing isn't quite the same as buffing and nerfing. Like in the case of a champion that's not doing their job, like on launch Shuri or on launch Atuma. In case of those champions, yeah, buff them. It's a buff. You're effectively just buffing the character or giving them a tune up. But in certain cases where a champion is very close to being balanced, or at the very least on the precipice, like a champion like what's a good example on here? Like we'll think about them later. Anyway, basically it's not just about making a champion better, Like it's not just enough to be like, oh, let's give Onslaught prowess because we can. Pardon me. Sorry, pardon me. Like it's not just enough to make a champion better. It's more so about fixing a champion's problems. Because think about a champion, especially here, like Sandman. Sandman's biggest problem was that he took way too long to ramp up and to get both his damage and his utility online. Like on launch Sandman was pretty freaking bad. Like he was comparable to Shuri in that he was a good champion on paper, but he just couldn't get anything online fast enough to be relevant. And then after his rebalance, it didn't make Sandman do anything more than he actually did. It just fixed the problem with his timetable. It just fixed the distribution of his power. So when we go through champions like this, and especially when we go through cases where we have to nerf champions, I want to try and make it to where we're not just thinking about black and white, make a champion better or worse. I want to think especially hard about how to give a trade-off, how to make a balanced change that keeps the champion relevant, that keeps the champion on track to do what they were intended to do. Because I know for a fact people are going to look at a champion like Kate Bishop and just say less numbers. And that's not quite the case. But I'll get into that real quick in a little bit. But for now, let's just quick overview of the rules. Rule number 1, champions that have already been rebalanced, updated, or had a major bug fix are ineligible for a rebalance. I'm so sorry, Danny. I'm so sorry, Danny, and also Sandman. I wanted to give both of these characters really good changes to kind of round them out. But both of these champions were already rebalanced once, and I can't do them again. So, my apologies. By the way, Future Ant-Man and Cassie both bugged on launch, and their bugs actually seeped into the rebalance program. So, I gotta be fair. I have to be fair. I think the champion that got bugged last year, I almost didn't rebalance Rintra because he was bugged all very badly on his release. But these two had bugs that seeped in the rebalance, where Kabam literally said, hey, we're going to use the rebalance window for these two champions because the bugs take that long to fix. Which, I don't want to call him out for it, but it's like, you really couldn't just fix the bugs and rebalance somebody else anyways, You couldn't have just done both, like, as God intended. Either way, I'm getting sidetracked, I'm rambling. Rule number 2, I'm allowed 3 black balls, which can be used to leave an eligible champion unchanged. I do not have to use the black balls, but once I drop a black ball on the champion, it cannot be brought back. Part of me wanted to introduce a rule where if I had a black ball that was unused, I could use it and rebalance a champion that was already eligible. But I didn't think that fit quite as well into the spirit of the video, so I decided to go against it. And then the last rule, any rebalance change that I commit to cannot change a champion's intended purpose, nor can it involve abilities and tech that did not properly exist at the time of their release. Somebody posted a comment recently. I forget who it was. Somebody recently posted a comment on the main video talking about how I can't give Galen Pulverize, but I can still give him Omnom because that lives on Venom Pool and it makes sense. And to that person, I just say that I could do that. I could do that. I could give Galen Omnom, but he doesn't need Omnom. If anything, it feels weird because he wants you to be getting armor up buffs. So it feels weird that he eats the armor up buffs. Like it's not bad. It doesn't interfere with anything. It's just weird. But either way, I'm still very strong about this rule. I obviously can't keep track of every tech change and ability that got released and the time and date that they got released. But I'm going to do my best to adhere to this rule as best as I can because it's going to come up a lot when people talk about giving champions new pieces of utility. specifically with later years. Like I know 2024 is going to be a very weird year. 2024 is going to be a very weird year, but them's the rules. Them is the rules. So I think we should get started with the woman of the hour, or at the very least this hour. Kate Bishop, for a long time, was my favorite skill champion. And for a good reason. Like, even before... by the way, just in case people aren't quite aware of this, Necropolis didn't come out until end of this year. So, like, until around when Onslaught came out. Actually, no, when Maestro came out. My bad. I have no idea timeframes. Yeah, Maestro came out with Necropolis. So, yeah, Kate Bishop came out long before Necropolis became a thing. And it seems very much intentional that she was meant to be a horse for Necropolis. She does so much for Necropolis fights. But I want to bring in Necropolis as a topic right now, specifically because we have to fix the damage, but we can't make her bad for Necropolis. Came out in November. Thank you very much for that. It came out in November. Because people are talking about Necropolis too, and I'm like, is that going to come in December? Like, I get my months mixed up. They usually grassy raid. Hey, the grassy raid. Hey, right on time. We were just getting started. With the rebalance. Hell yeah. Hello, guys and gals and other pals. We're talking about one of the big topics here. Hello, everybody. This is the first time I've ever been rated before. You know, this is the first time I've had like an actual audience before. You know, like it's it's crazy. You know, I've had like 5 streams where like nobody was here. It was 2 or 3 people, and like people come in and out, like where nobody came out, and now I'm getting rated. That's wild. That's weird. Like it's weird. Like wow, I actually have people to talk to when I do these streams. That's crazy. Streams are meant to be like creator engagement. What are you talking about? That's wild. Hey, Gross. Yeah, we're just getting started talking about one of the big names of 2023. Big name of 2023. I really do appreciate that, Scorpio. Thank you so much for the sub. And another guy, I got a notification from Venetia. I don't know if that's your handle, if Venetia's is your handle or not, but either way. I appreciate all the support. Appreciate it from everybody. Yeah. So now let's take my reputation and ruin it by nerfing half of the champions in 2023. Let's go. Kate Bishop is I already kind of know what I want to do. So I didn't want to do a repeat of what happened the last time I did this, where half of the time spent on the stream was just me being silent and thinking, like just kind of sitting there, like locked in. And so to kind of circumvent that, whenever I did the announcement, I made a quick Apple Notes of like first draft changes I can make to specific champions, and I haven't looked at it since I made it. So I'm opening it up now just so I can look at it and kind of use it as a frame of reference. But I'm not gonna say it outright. I want to see what people think about these champions before I start talking about them, because specifically with Kate Bishop, we're gonna nerf her. We kind of have to. There's no it's either a nerf or an adjustment. It's gonna be one of the two. There's no way we're buffing her. But the thing is, the issue with Kate Bishop is like when people say nerf a champion by giving them less numbers, it's not quite as easy of a fix as it sounds like, because especially in the case with Kate Bishop, she has to be good for Necropolis, but she's doing too much in Battlegrounds. You know, it's a little too easy to just kind of apply a cold snap and wait for them to die, you know? And that's her as a 6-star. If she was a 7-star, imagine if she won the vote and Shang-Chi, or was it Shang-Chi or Mole Man? I can't recall whoever won the vote. I think it was Mole Man. If she won the vote instead of Mole Man, like we'd be in hell. Yeah, that's the thing. Like the only thing that makes her OP is the damage. Is the thing. That's what makes it troubling. But I do like Indigo's suggestion, like increasing cold snap damage at base and increasing the potency. It was Shang-Chi that won? That's wild. Okay. I could have sworn Mole Man was the one that won. That was crazy. No, yeah, you're right. He was on Mega Days. You're right. Yeah, that is a decent enough change for Kate, like to reduce base damage but increase the benefit from multiplier. Yeah, because the thing is like 6-star Kate Bishop. I mean, well, they were all 6 stars when Necropolis came out, but 6-star Kate Bishop was almost soloing most Necropolis fights. She wasn't soloing all of them, and she wasn't doing it easily, but she was almost soloing some Necropolis fights. So, like, to tune down the damage, like, down the line seems a little too mean. The stun on her parry evade. That, I think, is fine. I don't think the stun on parry evade is fine. I don't think that's a problem. Mainly because like I think the more we go on, the more the skill class is starting to kind of embody that counter evade mechanic. Like they're not the only ones that have it. A lot of other characters have it, but like Elsa has it, and you know for Kate to have it, it makes her a Zola counter. Like it makes her a really good Zola counter. It's just that she kills him too fast. Yeah, I mean, like she's very strong for long form. I I don't know if I would quite call her busted on long form though. On long form specifically, like she's really strong. She probably is busted actually. Now I'm thinking about it. She probably is busted, but there's still some fights that she can't do. Like you still need to bring Shuri and Chavez or Wiccan or somebody else for some fights in Necropolis. She's just one of the main horses. Like it's no different than like bringing like Nick for when Abyss had the 4 horsemen. Like it's not as different. It's very different, but it's not as different. The stun and evade is specifically for unfazed mastery. Unfazed mastery sucks so much, and there's a reason anybody with the counter evade has the stun in line. Like there's a reason for that. Well, most champions at least. Nefaria doesn't have it. But yeah, I like that suggestion from Indigo. I had a very similar one. So let's hear about this. So let's think about this. So critical cold snap goes off the critical damage multiplier, and she also gets bonus potency from the dialed in passes off the Sig ability. Yeah, that's valid. That's valid. Yeah, it's unfortunate because Nefaria has stuff to make him like to compromise. Like Nefaria can do a lot, you know. So like unfazed doesn't hurt him as much as it does Elsa and Mr. Negative that are already kind of fighting uphill. You know, even for fights that benefit them, it's unfortunate. I really wish we got that mastery overhaul a few years ago, but this is the game we play. Should scale off of combo. I mean, if we were designing Kate from the ground up, I like that idea. But we're kind of working with the design Kate's been given right now, and she's not designed to be a combo reliant character. Like if this was like not Daredevil, if this was like a Squirrel Girl and it scaled off of that combo in a specific way, I could see that. But she doesn't. Otherwise, she doesn't really benefit off the combo. You know. Here. Let's go with let's. How does 10% feel? Base damage. I think she'll still be fine. I think this gives her because I was thinking about adding that 10% to the dialed in passives, like an extra 2%. Is that how the math works? Hold on, let me read. Oh, okay, okay, all right. So I did not realize that. So I didn't realize that critical. So I knew that critical cold snap benefited from critical damage multiplier. I did not realize that fragility made the critical damage higher rather than decreasing their critical damage resistance. I did not realize that's how the math worked. Okay, so that's a variable. That's a variable. No, I don't think. So here's the thing. I don't think that we need to change that because first of all, that's kind of just how critical effects work. So I don't think we could change that. But also for the fragility debuff to be relevant, it has to be online already. So it's not doing a lot for the short form. It's not doing a lot for the short form Kate Bishop. Like nerfing this hits her in the long form content, but I don't think her long form relevance is doing as much damage as her short form. I think that if we nerf her damage like this, like reducing something at base, I think that it puts her in check in short form content, and then in long form content, she's already going to be struggling a little more, which puts it in check. Like this, like she should be a champion that rewards you for racking up effects. You know, like you should feel rewarded for applying a bunch of the fragilities. So I don't know. That's just me. What do we think? What are we thinking? That way you can nerf baseline cold snap more. Yeah, probably. Like I also kind of I'm always scared to use specific numbers as well. Like I explained this in the last stream. Like I'm always scared to use specific numbers because I never know whether 10% is going to gut Kate Bishop or put her in check. And I have no realistic way of knowing unless I put her in a test server, which I can't do. So that's why I'm always scared to deal with exact numbers. But she also has a lot of AI manipulation. I don't. Do we need to touch any of this? Like I don't think we do. But do we realistically need to touch any of this? Yeah, you know what? I think I don't think we can touch a lot of her utility because a lot of our confidence in nerfing her damage is built on the fact that she can still manipulate AI like this and push against the wall like this. Because yeah, like I do agree, you're not relying on a lot of your arrows in short form content, but it's like you can't realistically be expected to throw four level one, throw four special ones before you start doing damage in a battlegrounds fight. You know, like my intended effect with this damage buff isn't that she's just worse in short form, but you just have to like survive longer. Like you have to interact with the opponent longer. Like if you're getting a 30 to 40-second fight, like back whenever she was big in battlegrounds, if you're getting a 30 to 40-second fight with Kate Bishop for doing nothing, that's a little rough, you know? Like she should take a little longer for, especially given that she has, with all of this intact, it makes her very useful, makes her very easy to use. So yeah, I think this is, I gotta start boldening these so that way it's easier to read. This is, I think, probably the best change we can do for her. Her block proficiency. Does she gain bonus block proficiency? But the Elijah, we're living in a fantasy world where I have the ability to say yes or no to certain champion rebalances. So as long as we're dreaming, we may as well pretend like the AI has no problems whatsoever. You know, like as long as we're delusional about our power here, let's be a little more delusional. You know, let's go all the way. This probably I would say Photon's going to be a lot trickier to mess with when we get to her, but we don't have to get to her for a while now. But What is her block? Does she gain bonus block efficiency from anywhere? Or am I missing it? Does she just have a high base? I mean, that looks pretty high. Does she really? Kate has more block proficiency than Cap. Is there okay? So does Conchu's ain't got an update? Is there a way I can look at like charts? Can I sort by? How do I? Can I sort by charts here? I don't think I can. I think Aunt May could do it. She just has a high base. Okay. I don't like messing with heart stats either. That was the thing. But I do agree. I think it's whenever Scorpion first came out, and yeah, you see it on Aunt May. Aunt May is not quite up to date though. No, that's not the right one. That's also not the right one. How do I look at this again? It's in Prestige. Oh, right. So the desktop recommended. Yes. I haven't used this site in a while. Nope. Masakura has more than she does? That's wild. Huh. Other way. No, I mean I agree that it's high, but I don't think it's that big of a problem. I don't think it's that bad. Let me see if I can. Okay, there we go. So I think we're gonna stick with this change. I think this is what we're gonna do for Kate because like I agree, she has a very high block frequency. It feels too high, especially for a champion that has like the counter evade. But I mean, it's like we can't do too much, you know? Like even when I looking back at what I did to Hulkling, I still feel like that's a little too much. Like I was like, okay, I didn't have to be that mean to Hulkling, you know? Like I just had a personal vendetta against that guy. I don't think I should have been that mean to him. So I think that's I think this is decent enough change for Kate. Oh, I got to change back to how I was. Now for another skill champion. Show of hands here. How many people have played Moondragon in recent? Why is it doing that? Can I not? Okay. All right. Cool. Well, thank you, Notepad. Look. Be meaner to Hulkling. Steal his lunch money. Stuff him in a locker. Needs a damn infuriate. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I have not used in Mantis or not Mantis. Moondragon. I'm a Mantis master, but Moondragon feels not quite as good. Evade counter from the start. She has an evade counter? Am I losing my mind? Is that through Psionic Transcendence? Yeah, I agree. Here's the thing. Moondragon on paper is not a bad champion. She has really good damage. She has very unique damage for a skill champion. There's not a lot of skill champions that do energy hit damage They do energy damage over time, or they deal energy burst damage. She doesn't do. She deals energy hit damage. She might do energy burst damage, but either way, like she has a unique outlet of damage, and she has some unique utility. But she has a lot of smaller stuff that kind of messes with her, you know. Like she has a lot of mitigating factors. She also doesn't have a lot of targets. You know, there's not a lot of science. There's just a surprising lack of science defenders that power sting you. You know, like Yellow Jacket, Ant Man, Spider Woman's the only champion I can think of that's a science defender that power stings you. But then it doesn't like at that point. If she power stings you, you just have to wait it out because you're worrying about three different things in the fight anyway. They have endurance on her. We can technically do endurance actually because we do. Craven is released at this point in time. That's MCOC player. That I think is a specific behavior of the AI. I think that happens specifically with champions that have a lot of flourish at the end of their attacks, like um Professor X, Cassandra Nova, and Mr. Sinister. Like if you have a flourish at the end of the special attack, the AI will wait for you. They'll wait for it to happen because they're letting you get it off completely. So that's not a problem. That's not a problem exclusive to her at least. You know, full 100% potency reduction when she is ramped. Yeah. So that's one thing I want to talk about is that's something I want to talk about too. Is that her on paper looking at this, like reduce the potency of incoming bleed, power sting, and degeneration and poison effects. That's four things from these things by 30%. And then it increases with psionic charges, and then it increases again when she's in psionic over transcendence. Is that what it is? Yeah, by additional flat. Oh no, they just give her charges. Either way. I don't like that this is not higher as a base. Like, I don't like that it's 30% at base and you have to get to Sonic Transcendence to get it online. Because this doesn't allow her to do stuff like Hazard Shift, unfortunately. Like, yeah, we don't really need a lot more skill champions on Hazard Shift stuff. But it's just like, even outside of Hazard Shift, even outside of War Hazard Shift lane, it's like specific fights, you're going to be power stinging them or degenerating them. It just feels weird that it doesn't even go to a full 100. It just goes up to like 80. So you're still taking damage, just not as much. $50 at base or 100 in transcendence. That's Is she really? I haven't tested her against Spider Woman. Like this is why I'm sad that I don't have more rank up materials because I wanted to test out Moondragon before the stream and I just didn't have time. But I also didn't have her at rank 2. She seems like she's a great Spider Woman counter, but it's also like add debilitate to the list of debuffs. It's also hard because I have to keep turning my head to read a chat. I have two monitors set up here, so I have to turn my head back and forth and back and forth. So I have to let me fix my posture here. Give me 1 second. Is this gonna help me? Oh, that actually does help me. Okay, cool. Yeah, I was going to ask about that too. Is there really any reason for this to specify champions and quest buffs? Like, is there anything outside of recoil masteries that caused this to happen? There's Oh, you know what? No, the reason why this happens is because she'll just gain immediate ramp up and she'll be really fast. That's actually, you know what? Okay, wow. So then, does this lock anything else out from champions or quest buffs? Does this not? Okay, no, but I like. Okay, you know. Okay, so I'm gonna do this change first. Gladiator will not be talked about for this rebalance because he already got rebalanced once. That's one of the rules. Any champion that got rebalanced or updated or bug fixed between then and now are ineligible, so they can't be talked about. So the ineligible champs: Absman, Zemo, Cassie, Future Ant Man, Viv, Shocker, Sandman, Danny, and Gladiator. So this means that at base it resists it by 60, and then once he gets Psionic Overcharge, he reduces it by 110, which I think is okay. Yeah, I think I like in Red Skull's case, I understand it because with Red Skull, it's like it's to make it to where he'll still lose on Power Snack, so he doesn't have as much depth as breadth as other champions. Yeah, that's that. Yeah, like I was thinking too, like what, like so. Yeah, spoiler alert. One of the changes I had made earlier this week on that little notepad I was talking about earlier was to remove this clause, like to remove it from the effects of champions or quest buffs. I was gonna remove this outright, but then I didn't know that recoil masteries were not counted as either of these. I completely forgot about recoil masteries. So now I'm looking at it as like maybe this needs to stay. Maybe this needs to stay. Yeah. Yeah, I think I like the idea that I like the idea that she's not a skill champion that purifies a lot. She purifies when going into psionic mode, but she's not a champion that super purifies. I like skill champions that don't rely just on purify. Like I like champions like Patriot or something where you want to be giving effect. They want debuffs on them. You know. And I think Moondragon can kind of occupy that similar space. She just needs a little more safety against the things she's supposed to be inflicted by. Elijah, you are defacing my boy. You are speaking foul upon my boy. I will not tolerate it in this stream. Nah, I wanted to give something to Danny and to Sandman. Full disclosure, I wanted to give something to both these characters, but I have to adhere to the rules. I made these rules like for myself, and I got to stick to them. I remember at some point, either it was Kabam DLL or it was somebody else that was talking about skill champions having a big issue in design, specifically because they were requiring, specifically because they were requiring a high skill floor, which is funny because skill requires skill, haha. But it was also making champions very difficult to play within the skill class. So there weren't a lot of easy to pick up skill champions. And I think Moondragon is a very clear example of that because you need to intercept, you need to time your stuff, you need to do everything. But I think we can't really give her any additional clauses to gaining charges, specifically because her kit's revolving around you wanting to punish the champion. You know, you want to intercept and punish the champion to get her stuff off. So to give her more freebies outside of that would make her feel a little more cheap, and it would also devalue the design that she's at right now. You know. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm seeing a pattern here. Yeah, I think we should. We should definitely add that clause to the No, you're fine. You're fine. I got the message. Don't worry, Scorpio. I understand what you're saying. Yeah, we purify. So what? Mantis always had Infuriate though, didn't she? She always had Infuriate. They had just made it different. Did she not always have Infuriate? I have no idea. I can't recall. I didn't play Mantis much before her rebalance, so I actually don't know what she had specifically then. Hold on. What is Sonic Blast? Mind Blaster trigger when erupting heavies or hitting the opponent's block with first medium or light. I can't spell. I don't need you to give me a drop down. Just fix the word, fix my language, please, computer. Okay, yeah, that is what she did. That's absolutely what she did. Yeah, okay, yeah. It was mainly her. It was her intimidate phase that they changed mainly, and the damage. Okay, yeah. So yeah, I like the idea of the giving the opponent infuriate, but I think that would also kind of occupy the same window as Mantis, to where like I understand the argument like, oh, why does Mantis have it and Moondragon doesn't? But I also understand the argument in the reverse sense where it's like Mantis has it because Moondragon has other stuff. You know, like Mantis, if you put Mantis against a Force of Will node, she can't mitigate debuffs there. You're screwed. But if you put Moondragon on a Force of Will node, she's a little harder to play, but she can resist other stuff in the fight. You know, I like having that kind of not equipment. Like I like it when champions don't have exactly the same tools. I enjoy that a lot. I understand why it's infuriating for people that don't crave champion complexity as much as I do, but I think that it's important that champions do different things so that they don't all feel the same. Yeah. I don't think we need to fix the only reason I think so this already gives her a lot more ramp because now you can punish special attacks and get your full ramp up from there. But I also don't think we need to fix up a ramp because I saw only a few videos where people would hit into block and gain charges through that whenever the AI was turtling up, you know? So I don't think we need to do much more to a ramp. Yeah, her damage is fine. Her damage is I've seen YouTube I've seen a little bit of YouTube videos of her. Her damage is solid. It's very good. Oh, you know what? We need to adjust this because this now occupies the same scope as this, so we need to adjust this so that way it in yeah, but it's not like that's the only way you're ramping up, you know? Like I don't know. I just really don't want to give her infuriate because I don't want to make her too reliable. Because Mantis is already really strong with infuriate. And like also reminder, Infuriate doesn't guarantee that they're going to play into you. I've seen some weird AI behaviors during Infuriate, so I don't want to try and rely on Infuriate as like a band-aid for champions like this. But it does help. It does really help. It's better than nothing. It's way better than nothing. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Okay, my bad, Mac. My bad, Grass. My bad, bit dog. Heavy attacks inflict I, I like wording these a specific way. Give me a second. I cannot spell today. Is there? Oh yeah, she does. Yeah, she just inflicts constant energy vulnerability debuffs. Oh, you know what? Okay, no, this doesn't need to be changed actually, because I was confusing the clause on like no. Ah, I'm losing it. I'm already washed. I'm already washed. Okay, yeah. So I don't think this needs to be changed actually. I think it's fine. Let's. I think we leave it at here because yeah, I think this gives her a lot more safety than she had before, and this gives her a lot more options than she had before. But given that she already has good damage, she already has good utility, I think she's fine here. Hmm. I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying, Elijah. I see what you're saying. I'm thinking about it. Okay, all right. I see what you mean. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Elijah. Hold on. I'm not going to make it 5, but I am going to make it I'm going to make it matter. I'm going to make it matter. Oh, this is during Sonic Transcendence actually. Hmm. Okay. Oh, I can't type today. Hmm. So she can't trigger multiple mind blasts off of one hit, I'm pretty sure. Right? Like mind blasts trigger per hit, so you can't double up on a single hit. Am I understanding that correctly? Yeah, it's worded like mind blasts are dependent on how many times she hits you rather than just something that's gained, you know? Yeah, yeah, that's what I thought, Lord. I can make it. All right, let's save me going mad with power for like 2025. All right, because I think that if I'm gonna go mad with power on any year, that's the year I'm gonna go mad with power. You know, so let's hold let's hold it off for a minute there. Yeah, I think I think this fixes the issue of like our previous change occupying the same scope as her sig ability, because now you're inflicting. So functionally speaking, this is giving you two per mind blast, because it's giving you a mind blast, which is already going to apply an energy vulnerability whenever it does it. But then it also applies it independent of energy vulnerability, so you're technically getting two. You make an exception for 2025 and nerf Spider Woman just to the ground. God, no. Oh man, that's gonna be a fun one. But yeah. So functionally speaking, I've done what Elijah suggested. I've just made it to where you get two energy vulnerabilities because you get a mind blast and an energy vuln for on a heavy punish. So really, this doesn't do a lot to her. It's just like a little more. Somebody in the Overlook Discord made an orange piccolo beam like and a little extra. Like this is me as Shenron giving Moondragon a little extra. But I don't think I think this is fine. I think if I play Moondragon, like this is a similar case with Misty Knight. If I play Moondragon for like a week, I'm gonna have very different opinions of these changes as then as I am now. But I think as a rough draft, this is fine. I think we can run with this. So let's put her up in the buffed. Yeah, I don't see this is decent enough. Let's move on. Okay. All right. What the hell do we do with this guy? Like, I know Kate Bishop. I kind of know Moondragon. What the hell do we do to Adam Warlock? Like, oh. Because here's the thing. Adam Warlock is kind of like Moondragon, where his main complaint is that he's very AI reliant. But similar to Moondragon, if you give him too much AI manipulation, he gets busted. Like the fact that he's AI reliant is what's keeping him from being overpowered, which sucks because now we have to ride this precarious scope of balancing with this guy. Of the counter? Oh, do you mean the sovereignty counter? I can see that. Yeah. What did I write down? Wow. Okay, I didn't even write anything down for Adam Warlock. But for the notepad I was talking about earlier, where I had a bunch of preliminary notes on champions, I wrote Kate Bishop, Moondragon, Adam Warlock. Nothing. It's just a blank bullet point. I didn't even know what I was gonna do to this guy. Oh man, I gotta read his kit now. Does he not gain base stagger immunity? Is that a certain point? So trying to kind of go down the line here, I don't think we should make stagger immunity baseline because we made a very similar change to what Adam Warlock has with Iron Doom, where Iron Doom's armor up and his regen abilities could not be nullified, but anything else you have on him, his dexterity, his Odin pre-fights, those could be nullified. I think those are fine. I think effects like this are fine because basically all this effect does is that it allows him to it gives him some level of control, but not complete control, you know? Like it's not a flat out yeah, but I mean no. Is he intended to be I completely forgot that I was supposed to have the pages for the hold on. I completely forgot that I was supposed to be showing off the champions splash pages on the website to be like so that we could see the rankings, the scores. Yeah, his defender strength is actually a lot higher than. Okay, that's yeah. I completely forgot to do this. That is my B. Can I make this longer? How long do I have to make this to make it? Okay, all right. I'm just gonna keep it like that. I'm not gonna care. So yeah, so going back to going down the line, I don't think he should have flat out staggered immunity, simply because that something like that is special to Gallon, and I think giving more champions that sets a precedent that that shouldn't be the case. Dark Phoenix kind of has it, but like Adam Warlock, she's not doing it specifically. They talked about being a strong defender. Okay, that's a good point. Yeah, we might have to look at him defensively then. So here's the thing. I understand what Indigo and Low Dizzle are saying about how he should be a stronger defender, but I also understand what Grass is saying that he might be a black ball because he's already doing decent enough. Yeah, you can do passive activation. Yeah. I also don't want to blackball Adam Warlock because he is a champion with an issue. There's a problem to be solved here. So I don't want to blackball him right away, but I definitely see the argument for the blackball. I absolutely see it. Like I on first instinct he looks like a blackball, but I think we can make some small adjustments to him. We can make some very small. Wow, he had this piece of utility before Serpent did. The ability power rate can't be reduced. That is really funny. Okay. Also funny how this isn't capitalized. Haha. Make the stun AR. Where is that? There's so many fucking abilities here. I have no idea where the stun ability accuracy reduction is. Oh, stun debuffs inflicted by the opponent's parry mastery suffer. That's not a bad change. That's not bad. That's pretty decent actually. So going at it one at a time. I like what Low Dizzle mentioned earlier about nuking the pod. So let me find the pod. Hold on. Nope. So this, how do you feel about this? Okay, so this specifically with low drizzle said, this should allow Adam Warlock to resist being nuked down as a defender. So that way there's some level of interaction with the pod. So it kind of does what it's meant to. So now this way, even if you burst him down with like Black Panther Civil War, the pod will still activate. I mean, he's still low. Oh, I gotta add this. Okay, this I don't quite like this change because it caused a lot of problems. But let's stew on it for a bit. I don't think I'm gonna keep it. Other change we were talking about earlier. Defensive AR to include all stuns. I think that's fine. There's not a lot of Mystic champions that rely on stuns specifically. Yeah. Sork skips the pod too. Yeah, there's a lot of champions that can skip the pod. I think what this does realistically is just so here's the thing. Soul Barb doesn't actually do that much to Adam Warlock, I think. Because where's that clause for Soul Barb? Yeah. I don't think Soul Barb is that. It's a niche interaction, but I don't think having a Soul Barb against Adam Warlock is quite as reliant as required. Because aside from the stasis pod, all you have to do against him is just dodge and bob and weave. You know? Yeah. I mean, you do counter the pod, but it's not like the pod itself is doing as much. You know? Like I'm trying to think. Like I understand the reasoning for I understand the reasoning for wanting to apply another counter to Adam Warlock, but if the goal is to make him a better defender to round out his applications, I don't think giving him more counters is the way to go. That seems counterintuitive. Like if we're trying to nerf buff him as a defender, but we're also trying to make more counters to him to feel more interactive. I feel like they're naturally collide. Those two goals are naturally colliding. So yeah. Like if we wanted to make Adam Warlock a genuinely, if we wanted to make Adam Warlock a genuinely good defender, we would have to rework a lot of what his kit is designed to do. You know, like we would have to change a lot of how Adam Warlock plays to make him a better defender. But as he is now, it's not like he's doing anything wrong by being a good attacker. You know, it's just that his defender strength is not as strong. You know what? Okay, I got one. I got one. Okay. No, I don't want to shut off Dex. I think I could see a world where he shuts off Dex. I don't think Adam Warlock should as he is now. So here's what we do. Well, we'll have plenty of conversations about shutting off Dex in a little bit, but let's put a pin in that and come back to it later. There's one thing I want to do with Adam Warlock because people were talking about him being struggling to play. I think an easy way to make him more reliable on attack without ruining him is to do this. Where is it? Yeah, that's why I don't want. That's why I don't want to go. That's why I don't want to break my back into making him a better defender because, like, the champion attributes are flawed. Like, we do want to adhere to them as best as we can, but we shouldn't try and break the bank trying to do it. You know, like we shouldn't overhaul the entire design just to conform to the attributes. All right, so what do you think about this change? What do we think about sovereignty counter now pauses while the opponent is blocking? I think all this does is that it gives you a little more room because if you manage to get them to block to where you can finally break it and get an opening, then you don't have to worry about the counter running down while he's blocking. No, I'm not gonna give him true focus. It's funny, it's goofy, but I don't think I'm going to do it. He already has unblockable, so he's already countering. Wait, no, true focus is miss and evade, right? Yeah, it's miss and evade. Okay, forget what I said. But no, yeah, I ain't gonna just for funny sense. Yeah, no, no, I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna. I ain't going. Not quite. All right. Add a clause to the stasis pod. As a defender, Adam Warlock would receive damage that would knock him out. Stasis pod triggers instantly. So now you have to whittle. True focus is countering evade and miss. It doesn't give true damage. True damage is off of, I think, true strike specifically. Yeah. Yeah, no, yeah, true damage and no auto blocking is plenty. He has plenty enough tools as it is. We shouldn't. I can't wait for Gibam to introduce true kitchen sink, where it has every true ability stacked onto one, literally every single one, and a little extra. I can't wait for that Cosmic Champion to come out. I hope it's Kamala Khan that has it. I think this is okay. I think the wording on this, I don't like the wording on this because the thing I'm worried about with this specific change is that the thing about this specific change is that I'm worried about the interaction where you hit him with a burst of damage, and he goes into the the stasis pod, but your damage gets nullified. Like your damage just doesn't happen. Like say you nuke him down with Black Panther Civil War, you trigger the stasis pod because it would kill him. Yeah, none of your damage happened. It just reduced to atoms. You know. Okay, so the way this is worded, I'm assuming I'm worded this correctly. So basically, what will happen is that anytime you would burst down Adam Warlock past his stasis pod, he will survive at 1%, and stasis pod will trigger. Yeah, it keeps him at 1%, and then it triggers the pod. So that way, you can, if you get a hit on him, it'll work. But now you have to you have to try and get a hit on him after the pod. You have to be able to punish him after that point. It doesn't do a lot, but it makes the pod more reliable as a defensive tool. That's all it's meant to do. Like, I really don't want to break my back trying to make Adam Warlock a better defender, but I think that he should have a little something, because there is a little, not there is a small gap between what he should be doing and what he is doing. Not a big one, just a small gap. Yeah, I think we're good there. I think we're good with this. I would call this. Would I call this a buff? Yeah, this is technically a buff. Might as well. Let's be honest about it. The stasis pod already has a once per fight, doesn't it? Yeah. So hold on. Okay, there we go. There we go. That fixed it. Let's fix this. Yeah. No, I agree. That was worded wrong, Benedict. That I do agree. I fixed that now. So now, the trigger of this stasis pod is the same trigger as this one. They just have two different means of going off. So as you're only going to encounter the pod once. On defense, it happens 3 times. You hit the block once at 25%, heals about 25%, hit him again, for 25%, hit him again. No, I don't want to make the pod that egregious. That's just annoying, Like, at least with Deathless Thanos, when you trigger his protection, you can bait a special attack and just wait the protection out during that special attack. But if you have to stop and go every time he goes in the pod, that's not even making him better. That just makes him egregious. I don't think I think this is fine. We don't need another Deathless them. And Indigo, are you talking about Adam Warlock or are you talking about Deathless Thanos? On Adam Warlock? No, it doesn't. On Adam Warlock, it only triggers when you reach the last 25% of his health. Only the last 25% of his health was when it triggers. So okay. Oh, you know what you're thinking of, Indigo? You're thinking about a special attack too, because special attack 2 is what triggers the pod after its activation. Yeah, I forgot it did that too. Yeah, I was like, "What are you talking about?" I couldn't think about it for a second there. All right, let's get going because I've already been streaming for a little while, for too damn long. Okay, who's next? Who's next? Who's next? Danny. Death Strike. Okay. Say it with me, class. What does Daily Death Strike need? More damage. Yeah. I need to set a timer or something for these champions. Like I'm sitting here for too damn long. Black Ball Lady Deathstrike? Really? Interesting. Here's the thing. I don't. There's a couple of Black Ball worthy champs in this lineup. Here's the thing. I've heard of people complain about Deathstrike's damage. Like she counters Weapon X, but she has very low damage. Why is? Because I keep changing the proportions of this freaking notepad. That's why this formatting is going off. Nah, it's all good to go. I think, is there a lot of value to be gained off of her not critting? I know it's a kind of like the tech thing to have a champion that doesn't crit, but it's also I kind of think about it in the same. I'm barely noticing all these formatting errors. Um, yeah, I agree. She has very few targets. That's here's the thing. I agree that she has very few targets aside from like Weapon X, and I don't think her not critting fixes it that much. I think it does. It helps, but I think I would say the reason why she doesn't have as many targets is just because there's not that many Wolverines in the game. You know, like she's meant to be kind of the antithesis to Wolverine, so she counters Weapon X. But then it's like, who's she gonna counter next? Old Man Logan, you know? Are we gonna have to wait for X-23 to get buffed to where she has another target? You know, I don't know. She's in a very weird state. I think she's also a tech champion that has a combo meter clause, which is very interesting. With the ruptures. What do you mean when they're put on nodes they don't increase? I'm not quite understanding what you're saying there. Low dizzle, low dizzy. I keep it's the text is so small on my OBS. I keep saying low dizzle. I'm sorry. Low dizzy is what. Hey, thanks for coming out, Grass. Appreciate you. Yeah, yeah. I think he's will do. I think he's will do. Small change. I think it's decent enough. Oh, I see what. Okay, I see what you mean now, Indigo. I see what you mean. Is that really how that works? That's crazy. Okay, I see what you mean now. I see what I say. Okay, I wasn't quite understanding when it was what it was saying earlier, but I now I understand the math. Now I understand the math of that. Here's the thing: not a lot of nodes give you furies. Like, well, it's like what is it? It's like the monthly event quest nodes, which are already probably going to get changed soon, and then it's like Path 5 Alliance War, and then it's well, I guess a node in Battlegrounds will do that then. No, well, okay. So, Low Dizzy, here's my question: this does scale with her modified armor rating, though. I don't see anything where it says scales to base armor rating. It doesn't say base here. Yeah, no, I know. I have to read as a thing. Can you not see the full list? Oh, I see what you mean. Okay, because I have. Why can I not move this? There we go. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. I understand the desire to make these scale off higher, but I kind of like that it's weird like this. Like I do want to give her more damage by having a scale off of 100% of her armor rating because I do agree her damage is a little low. But I do like that she's weird. Is the thing. I because the thing is the monthly. Here's the thing: monthly event quest nodes flawed. They've always been flawed. They've always had a bit of a shortcoming. So outside of those, there's not a lot that's keeping you from using Lady Deathstrike aside of just using other tech champions. Yeah, she's the only tech champion that uses armor stat focus. And then if you ever have a relic that increases armor rating, that's really good for Lady Deathstrike because you're increasing armor rating and damage. So I like that she's weird like that. So we like our champs a little weird. Like this is here's the thing. This is just me. I like it when champions are weird. I love it when champions are goofy as hell. Your problem is ferocity? Am I losing my mind? What's ferocity? I don't until I get a confirmation about exactly how the attack rating and the armor rating stats interact with each other. I don't think I want to mess with anything else because I understand like I'm getting a lot of mixed communications on this about like whether or not about how impactful this is to this, and it's I don't know. Ugh. Yeah, they don't interact with each other, do they? Is that how that works? Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. All right, then what if we do this? 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 Okay. What about this? How about instead of gaining attack rating, she now grains. She now gains rupture potency. No, I don't think I want to shorten the combo because she has a limit. Doesn't she have a limit to how much armor up she gets? Yeah, she has a maximum of 3. There's not much worth in making the combo shorter. Yeah, Sig already lowers it. Not 200. Is 200 too much? That's tripling the damage. Yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, we're already increasing this. We might as well. Let's make it 125. Let's compromise. Let's leave it there for now. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is what we'll do with Lady Deathstrike. I think we're fine here. Does Sig potency also increase it? Okay. That good call out, Elijah. Good call out. Let me see. All right, so I fixed the clash. So now, but now this how this will work is that this rupture potency increase from Cybernetic Assassin will stack on top of the potency increase from the Ferocity. So now I've kind of combined. Now I've made them combine themselves, sort of. Yeah, I think this is good. I think this is good. This is a decent change for the gal. Alrighty. Yeah, I think that's more Sinister's problem than Deathstrike's. I think because Sinister does that with a lot of champions. Like there's a lot of tick champions that apply damaging debuffs, and Sinister just kind of claps them back at you. I think I would rather save that change for whenever we tackle Sinister and the other overhauls. So I would rather save it for them because I don't think that's particularly Deathstrike's issue. Also, I don't think Sinister's rework came out at this point in time. Actually, I think that was 2024 when that happened. Let me see. Give me 1 second. I have a record. Where are you? Yeah, Sinister's update was in 2024. So yeah, it was 2024. My plan for this is that I'm going to do 23, 24, then 25 whenever we're done with we're going to be done with this year by that point. So I'm going to do these 3 years and then I want to do a another one where I do all the reworks and overhauls to old champions across these 2 years. Not all the updates, because like I'm not gonna rebalance Nightcrawler. You know, like he's Nightcrawler. He's still Nightcrawler, but like big changes like Yondu, like Modok, like Sinister. Those are the champions I want to look at once I'm done with all the years. But we kind of have to wait for 2025 to be done for us to do that. But either way, getting back on topic, we gotta get the ball rolling. We got the ball rolling. Okay. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. All right. Okay. What are we thinking for Silk? It's gonna be a big one. Ah, Silk, Silk, Silk. I think I hate Silk as not as much as I hate Hulkling. I don't hate Silk quite as much as I hate Hulkling, but I don't even really hate her actually. I was excited to when she came out to the game. It's just what she's done is crazy. Funny story. Whenever Silk got announced to be coming to the game, one of my two in real life friends that play MCOC or have played MCOC, called his name is Josh. He got back onto the game, grinded out crystal after crystal just to trying to unit after unit to open Silk on her opening week. And then he didn't get her, and then he dropped the game again. He did the same thing with Black Cat, dude. Oh, it was funny. 4 to 5 damage. Is it 4 to 5 damage? Yeah, I mean it's wrong, but it's not egregiously wrong. It's pretty close though. 2 out of 3 defender strength is also weird. Yeah. Yeah. I like that Silk is fun. I like that she's fun. I like that she's simple. But she just does. Oh, you know what? You know what? I'm fixing this. I'm fixing this. So, Silk has a problem in the same way that Titania does. Because I'm sure many of y'all are aware of the Silk Lock, where you can just infinitely keep the opponent in the corner by just mashing mediums against the corner to keep them infinitely staggered and infinitely hit because she has the stun. I don't think I can fix the Silk Lock outside of just affecting her animations. But given that I have a change for her. I have a change for her. Yeah. No, okay. So here's the thing. Okay, Elijah. Here's my question: did they fix the Silk Lock, or did they make it to where champions will special 3 immediately when they get back up? Because I could have sworn they did it the other way. That's not right. That's not right. Wrong button. So here's the thing. From my understanding, they fixed it in the same way that they fixed Titania, like quote unquote fixed Titania by just making Intimidate not a real ability. This change specifically just makes it to where Silk herself can't do that. And yeah, so they made it to where champions will just special 3 before they have a chance to get up. I don't know. I still think so. My here's my thing. I made the Titania change to switch out Intimidate for special lock with the intention that, hey, if she doesn't have Intimidate before, then other champions that use Intimidate too. Yeah, it's an animation problem. Yeah, but that's my thing. Like, I feel like we should be able to fix that specific animation problem, like that one specifically, because we can't. Yeah. Here's the thing. I don't have a problem with champions triggering locks. Yeah, I don't have I don't have a problem with champions triggering locks. It's just that Silk was the most high profile to do it, and like the She-Hulk lock that Indigo had mentioned a while ago, like the fact that it's gonna keep happening doesn't make it not a problem. Like champions locking stuff out of the game are still problems. Even if they're set as a precedent, even if they're not doing that much, even if they're not as high profile in certain cases, champions triggering locks like that are still issues and should be addressed. Yeah, that's what I did. Titania applying special lock is what I did. When I made the 2023 video, that's one of the changes I made to Titania. That's what I did for her. Because I wanted to remove the lock without directly affecting other champions. I wanted to remove the lock. I keep misspeaking. Let me clarify this. Titania doesn't have a lock. It's just that her rotation through special 3 is so safe that she has infinite damage, basically, when she goes through a special 3 rotation. But that special 3 rotation is dependent on your opponent not throwing a special attack through Intimidate. So I changed that ability. Yeah, exactly, Lil Dizzy. Like, these locks should be taken out. They should be taken out. And they shouldn't be in, but the fact that they're set as precedents, or the fact that they're on champions as powerful as Silk in other cases, that's what makes them hard to balance, because Captain Kabam doesn't want to make people disappointed. Kabam doesn't want to make people mad that they're nerfing Silk. Yeah. Yeah. Like, here's the thing. Whenever people talk about champions getting nerfed as if it's a bad thing, they talk about it as if nerfs don't happen in any case. Like, people didn't want Juggernaut to be nerfed, and he didn't get nerfed. But now we're stuck in a future where Juggernaut, where every Battlegrounds meta applies a debuff on you, so you can't use Juggernaut. So, like, hooray, Juggernaut's not nerfed. What are you going to use him for now? What are you going to use Juggernaut for now? Like, if it's not done to the champion, it's going to happen to the player. Because it has to. In order for the game to function, you have to put those champions in check. And if you can't do it directly, you have to do it indirectly. This way, I'm directly addressing the problem instead of setting a precedent for future locks. It makes me sad, because I would rather change an ability of hers that prevents her from going into Silk Lock, but there's nothing that I can do to remove the Silk Lock that's within her base kit. Like, this is specifically an animation issue. And given that they've changed animations before with like the She-Hulk case, or the there was another one where the animation got changed. I can't recall. But like, given that they've changed it before, I think this is fine. Where now Silk is now pushed further away from the opponent when triggering her special attack, obviously against the corner. So now, no matter how quickly you use your medium attack, the opponent will still have a chance to fully get up. So you're taking there's a risk there again. I don't know. I'm rambling. I'm rambling again. Let's talk more about her. Do we need to do anything else to her? I need to take some ADHD medication, because I'm talking way too much and talking way too damn fast. I'm tripping over my words because I have so many thoughts and none of them are constructive. She's messaging me right now. What should we change with Silk? What more should we change with Silk? Would it be too much to cut her max stacks on the physical vulnerabilities in half? Would that be too much of a change? Would that shut out her maximum damage output too far? No, I don't think. We can. I don't think the evade is that much of an issue, because evade already goes on cooldown when she's hit by a critical attack. Like, it's already being shut down by a critical hit. So skill champions usually critical hit. So it's not like the evade is specifically important or is specifically being shut out. I understand. Triggering it, like making it to where she can't attack into skill champions. Um, but um, but I mean, it's not doing that much in any case. You're not wanting to take Silk against the skill champion anyway. I was asking the question about whether or not Low Dizzle, to get you up to speed. We added this thing to Silk to remove the Silk lock. And then I was asking whether it would be too much to cut her max stacks on her physical vulnerabilities in half. Would that be too much of a damage nerf? Is the max around 26, actually? Hold on. Where's her deep dive? There it is. It's crazy that her max stacks are 50. Yeah, I was gonna say like nerfing. There's no reason for the maximum to be 50, but there's also no reason to nerf it either. So it's like, here I go. Okay, here. How do you feel about this? How do I feel on this? Yeah, it sounds like a future proving effect. Yeah, it's important that most things have a stack. Yeah. No. What do you think? 25 is too much for this? Because here's the thing: how are most people playing Silk? Okay. Yeah. So yeah, that's a good point. So I think I am kind of inflating Silk's usage in my head a little bit. Because from my understanding, Silk is an incredibly cheap option in Battlegrounds, where she just kind of nukes anything down that can be hit with that can be hit with debuffs. So maybe I am kind of conflating her, or inflating her use in my head. But she was powerful for a very long time, even without the lock. She was incredibly powerful. No, I definitely think so. Here's the thing: I know that she can't take most defenders, but I think those are the issue. Those are problems with the defenders themselves. Like the only reason defenders like that are so powerful is because a champion like Silk is so powerful. So when we get to future champions, we want to be able to nerf them in the context that Silk is just going to walk over, because it's just going to walk over them. You know, like if we want to have a reason to nerf, if we want to nerf defenders so that they're more approachable, we have to nerf some attackers so that way they don't just dominate. You know. Yeah, that's an issue with the defenders being that it's an issue with both sides of the fight being overpowered. It's a matter of power creep. I think what I'll do, I'll reduce the fury potency by 10%. Not a lot, just keep her in check. Let's keep it at 10%. I don't. Okay, so I'm seeing a lot of anecdotal evidence with Silk in the chat, and I just want to say that when we get to Zola and to Dark Phoenix, whatever at whatever point in the future that is, when we get to those champions, we're gonna be nerfing them. But the thing is, but the thing with nerfing champions like Zola and Dark Phoenix is that if we live in a world where only those champions get nerfed, then champions like Silk are going to be super oppressive, and those champions aren't going to have a reason to exist. If we want to nerf one side, we have to nerf the other. We have to achieve balance. It's not just enough to like nerf. It's enough. We have to balance. Yeah, I miss that. I'm sorry because there's a lot of Zola. Zola may need an adjustment, not a nerf, just an adjustment. I was only speaking because Zola was in the opinion, but was in the chat. But I mean, that's just the thing I want to say is that like there's a lot of variables to this, which is why I want to nerf champions fairly, perfectly balanced as the whole thing should be. But yeah, going back to low dizzy, I'm sorry, there was a lot of communications going on in the chat. I missed. I want to talk about that. Yeah, AI can get passive, but there's nothing stopping Silk from just finding her openings. Like you're not going to like passive AI is going to keep you from getting to max stacks 50, but you only need like max stacks 10 and a special 2 to kind of erase the opponent, or at least to erase most of the opponent. Like she does a good amount of damage even without the max stacks. Like even with a passive AI, you can still work around it. She's not nearly as AI dependent as like these things aren't going to last. She's not nearly as AI dependent as like Adam Warlock is. Someone's running upstairs. All right, let me respond to this. So I think it's hard. It's hard to talk about a champion like Silk because like on release she was so powerful. But now that we've lived like 2 years with her, she doesn't seem as big of a problem because so many other problems have come out of the woodwork and overshadowed her. And it's like if we nerf just her, we don't fix the problem. If we nerf just the other attackers, we're dealing with the original problem. Like we're at this point in history, MCOC is just stacking on problem characters. And like some of them are getting fixed, but we're just kind of continuously stacking on characters that are breaking the meta or doing things that they shouldn't do to the point where it's just too much to juggle. Like, we can't handle it all. So I think this is fine. I think this is what we can survive with on Silk. So I think we're going to move on. Yeah, not a lot of relevant defenders in Mystic. Like, it's like Enchantress, and then depending on the node is like Kindred and Destroyer. All right. So, you know what? I found a target for her, Elijah. I found the target for Kitten for Silk. It's this bad boy right here. It is Kindred. The only story of rolling a stone uphill. Odysseus. Not Odysseus. No, that's Sisyphus. Sisyphus is the guy rolling the stone up and uphill and downhill. Sisyphus is the guy. Okay. All right. I'm gonna. Oh, okay. I'm gonna say a statement that may or may not be received well. I'm going to say a statement that may or may not be received well. I think Kindred is a perfectly designed champion. Or at the very least in the context of like what he's meant to do, I think he's doing exactly, he's on the mark. You're thinking of Footloose, Elijah. That's the name of the node, Footloose. No, I don't want AI. Because here's the thing. I might as well talk about this now because... Hold on, let me see. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to talk about this now. I'm going to talk about this now because the next champion on this list is a very potent defender. And before I start talking about these two champions specifically, I want to talk about my philosophy with defender design. Because I don't think big defenders are as much of a problem in the contest as people like inflate them to be, you know? Like, people talk about defenders as if they're an infestation, as if they're the scourge of the existence. But having defenders is kind of important for a game to survive, you know? Like, Silk needs to have targets for Silk to be relevant. She obviously has targets, but then other champions need different targets for them to be relevant as well. Defenders are important. But when it comes to designing a defender, the most important thing that I think about, and I think it's a thing that Kabam has kind of not forgotten, but is devaluing over time, is player interactivity, you know? Like, people talk about RPG defenders that require specific RPG counters as if they're horribly uninteractive, which is fair, but they're important because they drive the demand for other attackers. Conversely, if you have a champion that is entirely skill-based, where you can only beat them with raw skill and you can just work around them, that's good and all. That's a fun defender. But then anybody who can't perform that skill, anybody who doesn't know about that skill, anybody who doesn't know about that tech is now suffering where everyone else is succeeding. No matter what you do, there's going to be a deficit. There's always going to be a discrepancy between how well one side of the player base achieves a goal compared to the other one. But the reason why I like Kindred is that he has an excellent mix of both. He punishes you for having buffs. He has very specific immunities that don't allow you to cheese him. But at every point in his defender cycle, you have a way out. If you want to keep him from getting charges, you punish his special one. It's tricky to do, but you can do it. If you're in his infestation, if you're in his nightmare outbreak, you can heavy attack him to get out of the way. And in any case, you can have a champion with degeneration resistance that can just kind of muscle through it, you know, like a gladiator Hulk, you know. there's multiple points in Kindred's design where you can fight through it. But if you have a champion with a lot of buffs, if you have a champion that requires a specifically rigid playstyle, if you have a champion that it can't punch special one easy enough, the Kindred's gonna clobber you. You know, like he's a perfect balance of requiring just enough skill requirement to make him challenging, but punishing that specific RPG answers to where you have to be aware of it and you can't take him with anybody. You know, like I know we've kind of reached a consensus. We're all saying that Kindred is kind of good as a defender, that he may or may not need an attacker change. I understand that we're all aware of this, but I'm saying all of this now to give context to when we talk about the next champion, because it's a very important topic of conversation. And I think Kindred is an excellent example of success where the next champion fails. Yeah. Looking at his offense. Okay, let me catch up with chat real quick because I'm getting messages, dude. The girlfriend is sending me messages about furniture, and I'm like, baby, I need to put the phone down. I'm talking about Kindred, baby. You gotta leave me alone. I wouldn't say he's not usable as on attack. I wouldn't say he's not usable. I would just say he's very weak. He's weak, but I wouldn't say he's unusable. I think that what we can do. Yeah, man. When we're talking about building, baby, I don't want to talk about paying the rent. I need to talk about Photon and Kindred. L girlfriend. Let me see. What can we do? He does. He does get rid of Hulkling very safely. You know what? Here's what we'll do. I know how we'll buff his damage without specifically touching him. Yeah, and again, I think that's a problem with Spidey's design. I have never liked the fact that OG Spidey has relied on stun specifically, because that is an ability that's countered by so much stuff in the game because it's so integral to the game, you know? Like I've never liked that Spider-Man did that. So I don't think that's a reason to punish Kindred, especially when Kindred himself is did I misspell assassin? Have I noticed that, barely noticed that now? God God damn it, me. Sassy or Mangog? Okay, Mangog, I can understand. Sassy, okay, that's okay. Wow, okay. Let me think about this. I think you know what we can do. You know what we can do to buff his damage, because here's the thing: we can't really buff damage off the special 2 because damage off the special 2 was inflicting infestation charges. Because it's like this causes something else, which causes this to deal the damage. So what we'll do is that would it be too much to double the instant degeneration damage? Yeah, and Serpent specifically has stun immunity because of Ronin. Like Ronin's is the sole reason why Serpent has stun immunity on special attacks. So like that's definitely a problem with Spider-Man's design. It's not so much of a problem with Kindred. No, I don't think. I think it's already pretty quick for you to build up Kindred. I don't think there's anything wrong with his ramp up. I don't think it needs to be any faster. I think if his problem is damage, his problem is damage by the point you've already hit Nightmare Outbreak, because at that point you've already kind of participated in the fight a little bit. Because the thing is, I don't know exactly Kindred's limitations, but I know how his ramp up feels. I know how he feels a little bit on attack. Not that Ronin low dizzy. Yeah, like Ronin is a bad design, but the thing is, we can't be as critical about Ronin's design because he was designed when the game started, you know? We can absolutely be critical about Serpent's design because he was designed in 2024 and is still an asshole, you know? Yeah. Like we can't Ronin, Cosmic Ronin, not the skill Ronin. Cosmic Ronin is a product of his time. Serpent is a product of sadism, I guess. I don't know. Like they were designed for two very different eras of the game. So Ronin is definitely a problem, but the fact that Serpent and Spider-Man were both designed in the same era of the game, it's not terrible. It's just confusing, you know? I think just giving him a damage boost to his instant generations is good because this way it doesn't buff the damage that he deals with you as a defender because that's already a pretty mean amount of degeneration damage as a defender. But now as an attacker, if you're managing to inflict those instant degenerations, you know, like more damage. Everybody loves more damage. I think we're good with that. A lot of buffs this time around. All right. The big one. The big one. Alrighty. We're talking about Photon now. Discuss. 12 second. I think given how aggressive you are with Kindred, I think Atrophy is fine at the current what is it right now? I didn't even see. No, I think it's fine. I think that's Atrophy. Given that you keep stacking it on over and over again, I think Atrophy is fine. Like it could be longer, but it doesn't need to be longer. So let's shift gears. Let's shift gears. Let's go into Photon. All right. Photon is a 4 out of 5 defender. Yeah, no, it's not. No, I specifically made it to where, okay, so here's the change, Low Dizzy. If you're getting hit by Serpent, you're dying faster. But the passive degeneration is not changed. So you're fine. Remove the third line of her SIG. What does her SIG do? Yeah, that's okay, so I've identified very clear problems with Photon. Okay, yeah. So somebody finally talked about it because I was going to say, so there are two. Give me one sec. Let me bring this up. All right. So there are two very clear problems with Photon, and they are not problems in the sense that they need to be nerfed. They're problems in the sense that they are implemented very poorly. Those two problems are the dexterity removal and the willpower removal. Because here's the thing. I don't think it's a problem that dexterity and willpower are being deactivated. What I think is the issue is the fact that it's in deactivation that's basically at all times. Like there's no interaction with it. Like willpower mastery is disabled at all times. Where is that? Where is that stated? Yeah. Willpower mastery is disabled at all times, and this is done because she applies a petrify with every debuff. But the fact that there's no further interaction beyond this is crazy to me. Like it just says you've lost willpower. Like there's no interaction behind it. Same case with the pure light form, though slightly different, because whenever you're in pure light form, where's the dexterity shut off? Am I misreading? Yeah, while in pure life form, special attacks cannot be avoided by dexterity mastery. Yeah, the fact that the fact that photon removes the dexterity mastery while in pure life form is fine. What's the problem is that pure light form basically happens all the time. You're basically triggering it every 20 seconds for what it's worth, you know? Like, and I don't, and I know that the common defense against the common defense against nerfing photon is that, oh, you can just play around her. You can play her with skill, play around her with skill. But it's like, if you need precision accuracy to fight this champion at her base, or you need the prime and perfect RPG counter to fight her in any case, like that's not good. That's not good. She locks out it. She requires so much more of a skill ask than Kindred does as far as fighting her without an ideal counter. And even when you're fighting her with an ideal counter, she's still going to mess you up if you're not playing perfectly. You know? So, that being said, she still has to be a good defender. So, this is a very tricky scenario. You can't dodge. You can't dodge light. You can't touch light, but light can touch you. It does do a lot of block damage. So here's what I'm planning. Okay, so I have a couple of changes in mind already. First things first. First things first. How do I word this? How do I word this is the thing. Whenever ever. Here's the thing. So here's the thing about the willpower. We're talking about the willpower specifically. We'll get to block proficiency and we'll get to dexterity in a moment. But specifically talking about willpower is that we can't just say willpower turns off at this certain point in time, because the petrify is still a factor. Like if you turn on willpower while she's in pure light form, you're still going to get hit with reversed healing anytime you get hit with a debuff. You know? So here's the thing. Here's the thing. It is free regen. It absolutely is free regen, Elijah. But the thing is, if you're getting to a point where you have 3 or more unique debuffs on you while you're fighting Photon, she's already going to go into pure light form. You might as well heal a little bit because you're going to take some damage to the face, you know? Like, you're already getting to this bad of a point. If you're fighting Photon with an ideal counter, you're probably not triggering any debuffs at all, you know? Oh, she did go by Spectrum, didn't she? Make it reverse. Willpower is active while you have less debuffs. Okay, so here's the thing. There is a specific reason why we can't do that exact one, Elijah. Because here's the thing. If you make it reverse to where if you have less debuffs, you can gain willpower, then Kingpin can fight her super safely. And Kingpin 100% should not be able to fight Photon safely. Because Kingpin is already a problem. At this point in time, Kingpin is absolutely a problem. So, like, he's not a problem now, but he's going to become a problem again when he becomes a 7-star, if and when that happens. But at this point in time, her shutting off willpower is specifically in the context of we don't want Kingpin cheesing her. Because Kingpin is the one person that's going to, like, clobber her instantly, you know? Like, she's the reason why Kingpin's not being used as often because he's not as reliable for her. You can still take her with Kingpin, but it's not nearly as reliable because he doesn't have the safety net of just healing for free. My motivation behind making this change is that if you're below 3 debuffs and you're monitoring them ideally, then you're probably playing well enough to bypass the pure light form. He was still Kingpin was still. Here's the thing: Inequity has been around for a while. Elijah, I'll get to it in a minute, Elijah. Wait a minute. There's specific things I have to talk about here. Yeah, and Kingpin also presses King debuffs on himself. So if he has... Here's the thing. He places debuffs on himself, but because of the way Kingpin's Purify works, you're never getting more than 3 for any long period of time because they're going to purify themselves again and he'll go back to 0. So it's a very weird interaction because Kingpin is a very weird champion. But I think this makes, because here's the thing, we can't just turn willpower on for, because I'm weighing it in my head now. All right, you know what? If we want to talk about it, we're going to talk about it. All right, awesome. Here we go. You know what, Elijah? I'll achieve it. I'll achieve the goal. Fuck. I can't see my buttons. There we go. Don't worry. There we go, Elijah. I got it. We got it. We did it. We nerfed the ability. We're done. No, I'm just kidding. Okay. Jokes aside. I do want to nerf this because going to the Pog, going to my next point about the dexterity, the issue is not that she shuts off dexterity. It's that it's so easy to trigger her shutting off dexterity. Yeah, it's guaranteed on the other attacks, isn't it? Um, yeah, that 1% is going to bring her back to the 4 out of 5 defender she was meant to be. So here's the thing: we can't change the base potency of these abilities. We can't change the base chance for these abilities to trigger because that would affect her on attack. And on attack, I think she's fine. So I think if we are going to affect something, we do actually kind of have to touch this third line. So I'm not gonna change it to 1%. I'm gonna change it down to, hold on. There we go. I think because here's the thing: if we remove this whole line, she ceases to be a defender because the only debuffs you're getting hit by are like the are heavy attacks and mediums. So you just use lights forever. So she ceases to be a defender, but I think this makes her a lot more approachable. You know what? Let's make it a little lower. Let's go. There we go. 15 to 30%. That is the new third line of her sig ability. And then there's another thing I wanted to do. I wanted to do something else actually. I wanted to do something else to Photon. Okay, so these abilities work in tandem. So this ability makes it not quite as fast for you to trigger pure life form. You're still going to trigger it eventually, but you're not going to trigger it nearly as fast as you're triggering it right now, because it only scales up to 30% on each light attack or whenever you're blocking it. And then for this change, while she's in pure light form, she loses an electromagnetic charge each time she's struck by a critical hit. So now, whenever you push her to pure light form and you're like, oh crap, she's in pure light form, if you're using a champion with a lot of critical hits, like a Bullseye, like an Elsa, you're reducing the duration of that pure light form and basically getting out of it faster. Yeah, the block proficiency is pretty bad. Ah, it's freaking Bolden again. That's actually a really okay. There's actually a really good change, Scorpy. Okay, so now I'm at a crossroads. Because the thing is, I like Scorpy's suggestion of giving pure light form a cooldown, but I also do enjoy the critical hit change because it applies values to champs with a lot of critical hits. And then the thing with Patriot is that even if so the reason why I said that block efficiency reduction will only scale off of unique debuffs instead of yes, there we go. I can spell now. The reason why I made this change, full spectrum now reduces block efficiency for each unique debuff instead of total debuffs, is because even if Patriot's not affected by it, there's the whole other roster that is. which is not okay when you're taking unavoidable damage like that. Like you can play around it, but should you be required to do so? You know? Like I can see her getting the critical hit change, and I can see her getting the cooldown change. I can't see her getting both. Oh my God. Okay, give me 1 second. Okay, I'm back. Ugh. No, I have to talk to the girlfriend about furniture. That is not what I. That is I did not have to go and take a dookie. Oh man, this is troubling. This is troubling because I have two roads that can go on this. The he lies. I see it in the toilet bowl. He lies. All right. Man, I'm at a crossroads. I don't know what to do for. Okay, let me arrange this really quick. All right. We have no, we're just thinking of adding a bookshelf is all it is. Okay, no. So you made things more difficult because it's a really good change. So here's what I'm thinking. We can make we can decide between two camps of this. Either we can add a cooldown to pure light form and reduce the chance for energy vulnerabilities to be triggered, or we can reduce the block proficiency of photons, reduce the reduction of block proficiency, and make pure life form erode faster with critical hits. We can have one but not both. I'm think, or we have one set of two but not both. I think. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. In that case, if okay, so in that case, yeah, no, I agree. I agree. Yeah, crit feels a little more native. It feels a little more natural. You know. Okay. Yeah. All right. I think the jury is spoken. Democracy works after all. All right, yeah. So full spectrum. Well, okay, so here's all the changes we have so far, just so I have something to speak about or something to edit in the future. As a defender, whenever the opponent has 3 more unique debuffs at the same time, their willpower mastery is re-enabled, and Photon cannot inflict petrify during this time. Full spectrum will now reduce block proficiency for each unique debuff instead of the total debuffs. And while she's in pure light form, she loses an electromagnetic charge each time she's struck by a critical hit. Cooldown 1. No, I think so. I think the block frequency nerf is not irrelevant. I think. No, yeah, I see what. Okay, no, I see what you mean. I didn't realize what you were talking about. My bad. I didn't understand what you were saying. So yeah, so the reason why, so the third line of the sick ability will still make it to where she hits pure light form faster, and she'll still be stacking on debuffs with you with inequity and stuff like that. But now you won't be punished for trying to block and like cling on to the very little remaining health bit of health you have. So like because this makes her still a problem defender. Like you still have to play around her and fight her, but now you have more options, and now you're not punished as severely for trying to play the game. You know, like all this, like this opens up more options. This doesn't make her particularly easier to fight when she gets to that point. It just allows you to do more. I knew Photon was going to be a problem champion, but like, god damn. Man, there's so much we can do. Like, don't never let anyone tell you just turn the petrify into a wither and like say that's the end of it. Like, don't let anyone tell you that. There's so much that can be done to make champions feel better and make them feel more interactive. And sometimes Kabam should do it. Sometimes they physically can't. Like, it's not an easy problem. Making defenders interactive and viable for the game is not an easy problem to fix. It's not a black and white solution. There's a lot of layers to this. And Photon, I think we've done a good enough work on Photon to get her closer to this ideal. Oh, the debuff gain. I think that is no. I'm not going to do that. The reason I'm not going to make Photon restrict Photon to her personal debuffs is specifically because we need her to interact with nodes as well. Like she still needs to be a problem character. She still needs to push the game in a certain way. But I want to make her more manageable for people that don't have the ideal counter or don't have as fine of a skill set, like as far as technical execution. Like Photon should still be able to be more powerful on a specific node. Plus, there's still plenty of skill champions that counter her. Aside from Patriot, you still have Mantis, you still have Crossbones, you still have a lot of other champions that can deal with her. She's not that much of an issue where she needs to get tanked into the ground. Like, this is about as much as we did to Hulkling, and Hulkling is still pretty viable after what we did to him. So I think this is a measured hit. I think this is as far as we should go with Photon to keep her as a good defender. So moving on, it's mandatory. You know what? Fine. You know what? If Elijah got one, you're getting one too, Dizzy. Screw it. There you go. You got it. You got it. You did. You did it. You achieved the goal, Dizzy. There you go. I'll put this in italics just so I remember that this is not an actual change that I want for the character. All right, there we go. Now we go to Vox. All right. I'm just gonna be honest with y'all. Shouldn't we just black? Okay, actually, you know what? No, there is something I want to talk about. What is the point of Vox? What is the point of this ability? What is the point of Vox being able to never back down in a fight? Like, I understand why you would want to use it, but why is it on Vox specifically? This isn't something that I want to change. I just want to know. Like, I'm just curious. Can I get a name, man? Wait, is this... Have we not... We haven't blackballed anyone? Real... Wow. We actually haven't blackballed anyone. That's wild. I did not realize we hadn't blackballed anyone yet. Not really. Oh yeah, yeah. That's actually a very accurate character attributes page. Attributes page. That is very accurate. There you go. DLL said that it was for rule of cool. Okay, you know what? Understandable. Have a nice day, Kabam Dev. That's an my sources. I made it the fuck up. Okay, yeah. You know what? Oh, is it? It's for lore. Okay. All right. Is Vox's lore that he makes it the fuck up, that he rage baits the Inhumans into getting into an argument on Twitter? Is that part of the lore? Is that Vox's canon event? Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I looked at Vox's kit a little before this. Maybe like half a point of utility. I can see that, Indigo. I can see him getting like half a point of utility on his attributes page. But yeah, honestly, I can't think of any way to change Vox in a way that feels impactful, you know? Like, I was able to justify changes to Kindred. I was able to justify changes to Silk, to Adam Warlock, because they're champions that could be changed. I think Vox, kind of like Kindred, is kind of perfectly designed. Vox is the Goku Black for MCOC players. The same people who play Goku Black in fighters play Vox just for the edge. Yeah, I think, yeah. I dropped Vox in the black ball. I can't take him out, but it's like, what am I gonna do? Realistically. He's like a shark. He's the peak of evolution. Let him gain armor. Does the armor not trigger off of? Nah, I don't want to. I don't think I want to justify the rebalance for just him gaining armor up. I don't think that fixes anything specific. Like, I would love to change champions just for fun, but this is still a rebalance program. I have to justify the change somehow. Like, if I was a dev at Kabam and I was like, hey, Kabam Neos, have you gone over the rebalance reports? I'm like, yes, I have the rebalance programs for Vox right here. Looks it up. Why did you give him armor up as an attacker? I felt like it. Understandable. Have a nice day, sir. And then they keep going, you know? Shadow the Hedgehog. Okay, that's a pretty good one, actually, yeah. Modded fighters is so funny because Shadow the Hedgehog is modded onto Kefla. So whenever he's introduced to the game, you see Caulifla and Kale fusing, and the two girls come together, and what comes out? Shadow the Hedgehog. Yeah, no, I don't think that's yeah. I think we'll leave him. We're leaving him unchanged. I think he's fine. I think Vox is the pinnacle of evolution. All right, boys and girls, it's Morbin time. Wow, that's freaking. We're talking about. You want to talk about edgy? Look at his eyes, dude. That's wild. God damn. Dude looks like he is checking out your order at a party city. That is wild. Shadow fights for the Lispy. I'm so glad somebody else in here is in on the joke. Shadow the Hedgehog. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah. Indigo. Somebody already made a comment on that about Iron Man specifically. Um, did they? They didn't rebalance Morbius, did they? I don't think they did. I'm pretty sure he didn't get rebalanced. But I was gonna say Indigo. Yeah, somebody posted a comment on the post I made about the Iron Man buff and like whether or not it would be rebalanced along with this. I decided to save it for the overhaul video that I'm planning to do later. Because the only reason being is that, like I was saying earlier, usually champion buffs aren't designed to do anything new. Like they're not going to they weren't going to introduce reversal with a Black Widow buff. They weren't going to introduce special locks 1 and 2 on an Iron Man buff. Like for the most part, champion buffs usually just exemplify what the class has done in the past and making it into a solid character that just exemplifies those traits. So, and just for keeping on theme, because I got plenty of champions to talk about to begin with, I decided to just save Iron Man for that later rework and overhaul video, and just strictly sticking to 2023 new model champs. I find it funny how Morbius was hyped so much upon his release, and despite Morbius being hyped so much, he aged way more poorly than Werewolf by Night does. I never hear about anybody using Morbius nowadays. I always hear about somebody using Werewolf. It's crazy. What did I even mark down as a note to change Morbius? Okay, yeah. So no, yeah. Okay, so all right, semantics. We gotta talk about semantics. Technically speaking, it wasn't Morbius that got buffed. It was the Undying effect that got reworked, that got changed. So that technically makes Morbius better, but I wouldn't call it monumental. The only reason being is that we've seen changes like this happen before. Whenever Deathless Thanos came out, the change to Armor Shatter came in to kind of codify it and make it work universally, which indirectly made Medusa and Vision Arcus better. I wouldn't call that particularly monumental to either Medusa or Vision Arcus because they kind of do the same thing. So this may get into a semantics thing. It technically makes Morbius better, but I don't think because it's not specific to Morbius, I don't think it gets changed. Okay, no, it's good. I figured you were joking, but I do have to mention this because I know for a fact if I make the edited version and I include this point, someone's going to call out, hey, yo, Morbius got Undying buff. He shouldn't get 3 pounds. He didn't hurt nobody. Again, Morbius is a very weird champion, and I kind of like that. What did I change for Morbius? Okay, so I either way, I just don't like the ability of Undying to begin with because Undying is is very specific to certain cases, which is nice. But it doesn't mitigate the damage. It just keeps you from dying to it, which in a lot of cases might as well kill you, you know? Like it doesn't matter that I took my whole health from a power sting effect. If I hit once and I die, it might as well have killed me. No, yeah, no, I see what you mean. Okay, so here's the thing. I I wouldn't say his damage needs to be touched. I think Morbius is intended to be a short form nuke, and I think he does that fine. Given everything else that he doesn't excel in it, but he doesn't suffer in it. You know, he's if you find a meta where you can use him, he should be used. He's very good. But I also don't think you should be like I, I can't talk. I don't think I'm going to make it to where his bleeds don't get pure consumed on special two, because honestly, his bleeds being consumed on special two is part of his rotation. You know, Like, it's part of his intended purpose that you can't just stack bleeds over and over again. You need to be able to, you need to ramp up over and over again. Oh, that's right. He doesn't get the regen if it kills. That's a good point, actually. Well, even then, pre-buff Mantis, I think, was still hitting her marks. I think she just needed a little more roof to cover her, you know? Okay. So here's the thing. I don't think we can make it to where it regenerates before the damage is dealt because I don't think that's how the game does its math. But what I will do is that. Okay, there we go. So I fixed the regen problem. So now you might as well just regen 10% of your max health at all times. It's really not going to do not that much to hurt Morbius's viability or to boost Morbius's viability. But now this makes it to where the healing occurs before damage is calculated. So you'll heal before your damage KOs the opponent. I think that's fine. And then another thing I wanted to do. No, again, I don't think the regen is particular. Here's the thing. I don't want to give Morbius everything because I feel like so when I say it doesn't heal on press, it heals on hit, you know? It still has to heal on hit because thematically speaking, you're healing by biting the opponent, you know, with that big special too. So I don't want to ruin it thematically for Morbius. It makes sense for his big bite to be the thing that heals and damages, you know? I got it. Okay, I have another change in mind. Give me one sec. No, that's okay. Here, how about this? All right, so I've technically made his regeneration stronger. So now the undying that triggers from his Sig ability will now gain 25% potency when it's fighting against Mystic champions. Because it always felt weird to me that skill champions would reduce it by 50, but it wouldn't gain a bonus against Mystic champions that's going to have a trigger against you. So I think this helps him counter a lot more of what he's meant to counter, you know? So, and if I make these two changes, I don't think I need to touch the damage because the damage I think is fine on Morbius. He's underperforming, but he's not underperforming to an egregious degree. Yeah, it only affects degen damage, but it makes sense for it to only affect degen damage because that's what it's meant to do. Like it's direct, and direct damage is also from direct damage also includes bleed and poison. Those are both direct damaging effects, you know. And then it also affects degeneration from nodes as well. So if you're fighting it like on brute force. If you're fighting a person on brute force, it also reduces the degeneration from that. So yeah, I think this is fine for Morbius. I think we're good on Morbius. Man, if I wanted to change Morbius anymore, I would have made him a dimensional being so that Blade can canonically fight him. I'm still annoyed that that's not the case. All right, I'm gonna tell y'all right now. If anybody has a change suggestion for this guy, I'll gladly hear it. But realistically speaking, I'm probably gonna blackball Werewolf. It's not that impactful. I don't think because it's not that impactful, but I don't think Morbius needs a lot to be. The only issue is that he's not able to cover as much ground as he should. Like he feels like he's just another special one to a special two guy. Yeah, I think a lot of people want to blackball Wolf. Like I already kind of see what I want to blackball here, but I think Wolf's every one of them. I had a wait buff. See, that's the thing, Elijah. I actually had an idea. I wanted to make Werewolf by Night a more difficult defender because I didn't think he was that difficult to find in defense. But then I realized that I have this weird relationship with Wolf where I constantly hear that Werewolf by Night is an annoying defender and that he's a troublesome defender from different people, but I never see it. I have never struggled against a Werewolf by Night. I've taken the rupture damage, I've triggered his power gain phase, his unstoppable phase, but I've never struggled against Werewolf by Night. He has never been a potent defender for me. I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna buff. I can't buff his werewolf. I can't buff werewolf. There's no reason to buff werewolf. No, I think I can't make those decisions in confidence because I also don't know werewolf that well. But I've seen him be assigned on fights, and I've seen gameplay of him enough to know that the werewolf is gonna be fine. Here's the thing, if werewolf, this recent war that's happening right now, somebody is taking Werewolf by Night against a photon, and he's surviving. So I don't think we need to touch Werewolf at all, buff wise. And if we're not going to touch him nerf wise or adjustment wise, I don't think we touch him at all. I think he's good. Let's take him up. Let's put him in the black ball right there. Like there's nothing I can say in confidence. Well, of course I know him. He's me. Yeah, it's kind of crazy that he's able to do stuff like that. There's it's kind of like with Valkyrie. Like when I went to talk about Valkyrie, when it came to, you didn't see this in the recap because not all of it was important. But basically, when I was looking at Valkyrie to look at what to change for her, I recognized that she was doing a lot, but none of it felt like it was overreaching, and none of it felt like I could change anything specifically that would put her in check without gutting the character. So I couldn't change anything with Valkyrie. And I think Werewolf is the same way, where nothing I touch will be impactful enough to make a real change. Like, here's the thing, I can't give him a small adjustment that would do anything real. And I can't give him a major adjustment that wouldn't gut him. He's in that weird Goldilocks zone where I can't do anything. So that's why he's getting blackballed. Oh, Maestro. Maestro. All right. I have a change in mind for Maestro, but I want to see the consensus on this because Maestro is a champion that was really, really infuriating on release, but now it has kind of aged out. He's still a pain in the ass if you don't have a counter, but he has definitely aged out. I think he's still there's something I can still change, but I want to hear what y'all think. What do y'all think of Maestro as far as initial impressions? Black ball, I can see it, but I only have one black ball left, and I kind of know who I want to put it on right now. Here's the thing: Maestro does in a different way. Okay, Dizzy. All right, you know what? It's so funny. That's literally the change that I had in mind, but I had the potency differently. So I'll lead up into it just so I can explain it right now. In a similar way, Maestro is doing the exact same thing as Photon is, where like you can fight like if you have a Maestro assignment, you're like, hey, I mean, listen, you can take him with skill, take him with any Mystic champion and just work around it, you can work around it, you can deal with it, suffer. Or like even then, like Maestro is like Maestro. He's not a defender. Maestro's not a defender. There's a million champions that can take him that can take him now. Like Maestro's not a defender. But in any case, if you're a new player and you encounter Maestro on an Alliance War map and you don't know what he does, you're fucked. And there's no way out. There's literally no way out. You have to wait a full like 2 minutes for his rotation to end, and then or you just die. You know. Which is why I love the change that Dizzy suggested because it's the same change that I was thinking about, where all we do is reduce the potency of the glance, so that way if you mess up a draft or you have a bad assignment and you want to just muscle through Maestro, you can do that, and your basic attacks have a level of potency to them. You're not completely locked out of your basic attacks now. What kind of glance is it exactly? He is Cosmic Kindred. He is Cosmic Kindred in a lot of ways. There's a lot of ways to work around him, and he does. Here's the thing. Well, no, you know what? I wouldn't say he's a Cosmic Kindred, and the only reason I say that he's not a Cosmic Kindred is because he applies value to atrophy. A lot of what Kindred does is what Mystic Champions have already been doing for a while. He just comes with it into a unique package. The difference with that is that Maestro does a similar thing where he embodies a lot of what makes Cosmic Defenders annoying, like Terrax. He does the energy damage. He does the glancing like Cersei does. Like he does a lot of that, but he also applies specific value to atrophy. Like Nullify doesn't work as well. Neutralize doesn't work as well. Atrophy specifically is the way to go against Maestro. Shothar did kind of ruin him, but I think that's just the evolution of the game. Like no defender is going to last like 2+ years, unless you're Serpent or Bullseye. You know. So yeah, so that's the thing. Like, yes, Titania can take him. Yes, other champions can take him, but I'm not worried about that they want Maestro to last 5+ years. Did they say that? Did they actually say that? I mean, I guess that's what they wanted, but some people's got to get coal for Christmas, I guess. Here's the thing. I understand like Shathra ruined him. Titania can take him. I understand that Maestro has a lot of counters then and now. The thing is, I'm not worried about those counters. I'm worried about I'm not worried about that 5 or 10% of the roster. I'm worried about the other 90. Because if somebody new comes in runs into Maestro, they're gonna get vibe checked. If somebody who's having a tough war path or missed plans or has a bad battlegrounds path, they're gonna get vibe checked. And it's not a case of like, oh well, obviously you put a Mystic champion against a Torch. That's a trap. They trapped you. It's oh, I have Maestro and he says no to the rest of the roster. I just think it's not interactive. I was talking about interactivity earlier, and Maestro already has a lot of stuff to interact with, but I think the glancing applies a little more. It gives him a little more. He's easier to fight. He's easier to approach. For new players and for players that get trapped, he's just easier to go against. And even then, I don't like the idea of traps happening too often. Like I have problems with Torch as an attacker, but as a trap, Torch is fine. I just don't like it when defenders are released with the sole intention of shutting out 95% of the player of the champion pool. I much prefer defenders that challenge the 95%, but then reward that other 5. Yeah, but then we get Dizzy, but then we get into the situation with Dark Phoenix where it's like, hey, this champion is very rare, so that way you're not gonna fight her as often. It's like, yeah, awesome. All of us in tier 1 are suffering because everyone here bought Dark Phoenix, Like that's still a small issue. 15% will do nothing. It won't do a lot, but it will do. I can't make it 50. I can't make it 50, not safely. You know what? No, we'll go. You know what? We'll go with just I like the 75. Dark Phoenix is going to get nerfed. I don't know. I don't. Here's Indigo. I think if they nerf Dark Phoenix, people are going to get mad, but I understand why. But if they leave her be, then we're going to suffer for the foreseeable future. I honestly don't know if they'll nerf Dark Phoenix. Storm X is 75. Storm X is 75? No, it's not. Is it? Is it? I don't believe you. Hold on. Storm X is not 75. That's like 60, isn't it? Am I losing my marbles? Yeah, it's 60. Storm X is 60. Hi, baby. Hello. All right, there are people in my apartment now. All right. Yeah, Storm X is a 60. Bye-bye. That's the girlfriend that's brought the furniture. Let's... Yeah, see, like 15% does nothing. I wouldn't call Yelena a skill check. I think she does have the bookcase, yeah. Here's the thing. With Yelena specifically, she is a skill check, and I don't think she needs to get nerfed per se. I think she needs to get adjusted because of the fact that she's causing issues with stuff like timeouts and stuff like that, I think that's... I wouldn't say she should get like hard nerfed. She should get slightly adjusted because she is causing an issue. I think I'm gonna leave Maestro. I'm gonna put Maestro at 85 because he doesn't need that much done to him. He doesn't need a lot. That way, you have a small chance of getting your stuff to trigger off of basic attacks. So that way, you have a leg in the race. You have a chance to succeed if you get locked out. I think that's decent enough for Maestro. Not a single adjustment here. That's crazy. Will we call any of these adjustments, any of these buffs so far, will we call any of them adjustments? Or are they all just buffs? Yeah, I absolutely agree, Indigo. That's the same reason I would have wanted Jean's force field to be reduced, because it's not that it's hard, it's just causing problems. Oh fuck, I just realized something. One of these four has to be blackballed. Only one of these fours can get the black ball. We should probably decide the black ball now. Well, no, we probably shouldn't. All right, let's look at Shield. Let's focus on Shield now. Let's see. I just closed it by accident. God damn it. But he made him not glance heavy attacks. That's actually not, that's not that bad of an idea. No, I think this change is safer, and we already kind of closed the book on Maestro. I like the idea of glancing not occurring against heavy attacks, but I think for the sake of making Maestro, keeping Maestro as viable as he already is, because he's already kind of lost viability, I think this is a fine enough change. I think this is okay. Let's go to Chilthy. Chilth. It should be in snare. I don't think. Okay, so here's the thing. It shouldn't be in snare specifically because while Tranquilize is up, she can't miss. So if we swap this out for ensnare outright, she said, okay, she can no longer be evaded or caused to miss. And I think that's way too much. She does a lot, and I think that's way too much. If we give her that, if we give her ensnare. Yeah, she has a very high cleanse uptime. It's not infinite though. It's not infinite. Sorry, hold on. All right, so I think I know I think I know what I'll do for Cheeto. Here's what we'll do. So the one thing I've noticed as I played Shield before, I played her a lot before. I used it for Necropolis actually. The one thing I noticed about Shield is that there is a very short time frame for when you can keep your grit up. Like grit is very hard to keep up, and because of how hard it is to keep up, you can't really dip into multiple avenues of utility at the same time. So I think the first thing I'll do for Cheoth is to hi. Sorry. I don't want to. I'm talking to the girlfriend right now, and I don't want to yell to her because the mic is right in front of my mouth. Okay. Yeah, no, that's the thing, Lodizzy, is that yeah, you're not struggling to cleanse a lot in base matchups, but as soon as a node challenges you, that's when it becomes a problem. I don't think it's a problem that's worth fixing, but it is like a natural restriction of the character, which I think is fine, you know? Okay, this is just to preserve your grit uptime because it's always bothered me that grit starts unpaused for on special one and you're just losing duration. It feels bad. Like I originally wanted to give it just a flat 3 seconds duration just to compensate, but it always just felt bad that it started unpaused, you know? This is just a small quality of life change for Shield. And then for the I do agree that the tranquilized feels underwhelming. Let me see what I know her stuff gets increased by synergies. I'm thinking. How do I what's if we're increasing the potency of Eagle's Tranquilize, how much are we increasing it by? Is six is do we take it up to 60? 65 is probably better actually. No, okay, so here's the thing. I can't change when the tranquilize occurs because the tranquilize specifically happens is the tranquilize happens when the eagle does its animation. So for it to happen right away, it's not it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense for the animation, you know? Like I can make a further argue. I can see I can see someone arguing like no, it should just start on the start of special two, but I wouldn't want to devalue the art team like that. You know, like they do. Got it. You know, that's yeah okay, valid. I don't know. I just don't think there's a lot else we can do to make the tranquilize feel more impactful aside from just the potency increase. Because it has to trigger off of that last hit because of how the animation is made. Okay, consider. Okay, so how does this change feel? Because psst, psst, sorry. I don't think the precision is that much of an issue, Scorpy. I think it's just kind of like a trade off. Like she's a skill champion, skills want to crit, and I mean, hey, more crits make her easier for the new photon. You know. Yeah, because because the thing is the way because I was gonna say the way that her original tranquilize works is that if it whenever it does succeed, it stays paused. But I feel like it doesn't make sense. I feel like it makes sense for excuse me. I feel like it makes more sense for the tranquilize to pause itself whenever it doesn't get a debuff. So that way either you're cleansing the debuff or it's failing to trigger in the first place. So yeah, I think this is a good enough change for Cheel. I think we're good here. I'm trying to get the ball rolling because I've spent way too long. I said I wasn't going to spend 4 hours on these champion videos, and I went ahead and spent 4 hours. I'm trying. I want to. I want to. I want to. I want to eat. I want to go memes, bro. Yeah. So yeah, all we did is that we just made the grit start pause during the special attack, and that it stays pause. All we've done is we've made the grit pause on the special attack, and we've made the tranquilize. We've swapped away the tranquilize pauses itself. So now she should have more uptime. I wouldn't say there nothing changes. They're more quality of life changes. You know, like I would go to say, you know what? I'll just say they're adjustments. You know, I would just call them adjustments. Like not every change has to be a buff or a nerf. It could just be something to make something easier. It's not always about the money, Spider Man. Okay, so realistically, this is our last black ball, right? Like, are we agreeing on this? I want to know. No, it's not a wording. So basically, so the way it's worded previously, just to explain this, is that whenever you have tranquilize up and it successfully blocks a debuff from happening, it pauses. This time it happens on the opposite end. But say that you're getting bad RNG and debuffs keep going through, tranquilize will stay up, and then that'll protect your cleanse debuffs. So either it's failing on activation or it's getting cleansed. So this protects your cleanse debuffs more often than the original version. I'm just so I can explain it. I understand it feels like a weird change to just kind of coin flip it the other way, but it's something that I feel like is more valuable for Shield given that she has the option to cleanse. Yeah. It's a similar case with Werewolf. I could change a lot with Kushala. I don't think she needs to be changed though. Nothing about her feels like a problem. I think she has a lot of quality of life stuff already just in her kit. She's very well rounded. We gotta get the ball moving here, so I'm gonna try and not wait as long for chat responses. I really do value all your opinions. Like even if it sounds like I'm like shooting y'all down or like saying why something doesn't work, I appreciate y'all's opinions because it gives me perspective of what people want from certain champions. Like what's wanted and what can be done are two very different things, but I need to be aware of both to do this project because there's a lot of I only see so much of these characters. Only so much of these characters can come through my personal experiences. So the fact that people can want something more of other champions, even if it can't be done, it it gives incentive to other changes and it gives enlightenment to what else is going on in the game. So I really appreciate any input from all of y'all. It's always valued. It's always valued. But with Kushala specifically, I think she's beauty, she's grace, she's in the black ball. I'm going to save Onslaught for last because he's Onslaught. Now, this is a funny one because realistically, there's nothing we can change. We just have to give her stuff. This is the first case, and this is the first time in any of these rebalance things where I feel like I have to give a champion unique utility, and it feels weird. Nope, I didn't mean to save that, but I mean, probably should save it at some point. Kushala wifey material. Okay. Man, I love the kind of woman that'll actually just kill me. All right. I already kind of know what I want to do with Deathless Guillotine because, goddamn. If she fights Serpent, he dies. Here's the thing. I can't change too much with her because she's kind of meant to be a match set of all these other Deathless champions. But I think what I can do, this is the first time I've ever really done a change like this, but I think we can definitely do it because it was on launch. Okay, here we go. I got it. Okay. So first change I want to do, I just want to move something from her synergy in the base kit because these are part of a match set, but I feel like Gilly herself is way too reliant on the synergies to do stuff, you know? Like the fact that she has no method of nullify or buff control in her base kit feels weird to me. And the synergy itself, all it does is just the first hit of the special one nullifies a buff. But it's better than nothing. You know what? Oh, you know what? Here's what I'll do. Since it's in the base kit, it should feel a little more powerful. So give me 1 second. Okay, so now she nullifies 2 buffs per special one because it's 1 buff per hit. That's a decent enough change. And then yeah, but if we're being honest, OG Gilly isn't my ideal for what a champion change should be. There's a lot of things I want to do to OG Gilly to make her a lot more impactful. Because as she is, there's a reason that people don't like using OG Gilly, you know? Like if you have a champion that doesn't have buff control, you need to make them compensate for it. Like Chavez can't control buffs, but she hits like a truck when they do have buffs, you know? So I think to give her something to have her gain a benefit per buff, I think wouldn't work because all these synergies require them to buff control, you know? Like aside from this, she also has the neutralize on special one. So it already kind of conflicts with that per buff mentality that we're doing. Let me look at OG Gilly actually, because I do agree that we should look at OG Gilly for inspiration. Yeah, a lot of these abilities on Guillotine are like a lot more specific to her. Like she really does feel like old Guillotine, you know? So like I don't think we could do a lot of inspiration from the new Guillotine. I keep saying Guillotine. It's pronounced Guillotine. People just say they call her Gilly. They call her Gilly, like Gilly, Delphus Gilly, Gilly 20. I'm talking to the girlfriend, by the way. That Gilly 2099, but it's like it's pronounced Guillotine.
Don't worry, babe. The French police aren't going to get you.
I want to give her something else. I want to give her one more ability. Oh, is this the old Gilly? Is this not up to date? Am I losing my mind? Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, I see what you mean. Okay, it's the old pre-buff deal. Yeah. So I'm gonna. So here's another thing I was gonna say. Um, French police. So I'm so glad you all heard that. Right when we got Thunder too. So here's the thing. I normally I would say I want to buffer against Serpent, but then I also want to say Serpent hasn't come out yet. But then I also want to say Kushala was clearly designed with Serpent in mind, so I think we should just buffer in the context of Serpent anyway. Yeah, because she was buffed with Maker in mind. That's a good point. Yeah. All right. I think this is fine. This gives her a little more energy. No, actually. What do we want to give her? Do we want to give her energy resistance or do we want to give her block proficiency off of her souls? What do you think would be what do we think would be better for Serpent specifically? I think it's probably energy resistance. I don't think they did original Gilly because people disliked the new version of Gilly. I think they did original Gilly because it's like I keep saying Gilly again. I think they did the original version of Guillotine because it's kind of like a point of history in the contest, you know? Like Guillotine was the contest's first original character. Like not champion, first original character. Like Guillotine was born with the contest, you know? So they kind of wanted I feel like they kind of wanted to immortalize her original kit through the deathless version. So I think yeah, we're going with block proficiency? Yeah, let's go block proficiency. There we go. All right, there we go. Two pieces of utility, one of them originally from a synergy is that's good. I like this. It's not bloating her kit, but it's doing a good amount. It does enough. All right. Okay. The big one. Where is he? All right. All right. Onslaught. Okay. I'm gonna give another hot take. I'm gonna give another hot take that I feel like some people might disagree with me on. Onslaught doesn't need to be changed to this thing. Here's the thing. I can't blackball. I'm out of blackballs. I'm actually out of blackballs. I used them. I used all three of them. But here's the thing. I do have a change in mind for Onslaught. A few changes in mind for Onslaught. The main thing I want to talk about though is the fact that Onslaught, I'm not going to nerf him defensively because he's doing what he was designed to do defensively. I want to nerf him offensively because he's a goddamn menace. Like, it's infuriating that he has single-handedly devalued the entire mutant offensive roster because he does literally everything. He has damage, he has the utility, he has the immunities, he has unique damage, he has new abilities. He does so much nonsense, and all of it's relevant. And like, I understand that some people are like angry at him. Some people love Onslaught. People love Onslaught. He's a very good champion. I think he just does a little too much. Like, because he's so ridiculous, you know? He's so ridiculously impactful. Mutant was dog. Oh, you want to know why Mutant was dog? You want to know? You want to know why Mutant was bad? You want to know why Mutant was a bad class for so long? These three were the only mutant champions released this year. We didn't get a single new mutant for 9 months. We didn't get one for 9 months. And then we kept getting one. We didn't get one. Didn't get one. Didn't get one. Danny didn't get one. Didn't get one. And then finally got Onslaught. But then as soon as we look at what came before, yeah, Danny should have gotten a better buff. But that aside, looking at what came before, oh my God, I'm still getting. Why? What do you? What? No. Okay, there we go. How do I? I'm getting used to Conchu's Ink again, and it's pissing me off. I wouldn't say Mutant was bad before Onslaught because we're just forgetting the amount of amazing mutants we used to have. You know, Kitty Pryde was really good. Strife was really good. Onslaught, Professor X, Weapon X is a defender. Sunspot, Namor, freaking Domino, Bishop. Back in the day, Mutant class was the strongest class in the game, bar none, because they had stuff like Iceman, like Archangel, like Omega Red. They was the only reason it's been devalued so much is because, yeah, exactly, because Nimrod came into the game and devalued the entire class at once. Strife is absolutely a good champion. If you've done the Mutant Challenge and the long form content, Strife is absolutely a good champion. But the point being is that Mutant class was never bad before Onslaught. It was just devalued because of this freaking. If I hate this guy more than I hate Colkling, because he fundamentally broke the mutant class, not the tech class. He broke the mutant class because nothing could survive under him, and it was infuriating to live through. You know, like the Age of Nimrod was terrible, but because now that mutants have been kind of revitalized with Onslaught's release, it's like. Oh my God, I hate this. Like, Onslaught had to come in and he had to shake up the meta. He had to be an absolute unit because mutants have been out of the conversation for so long. Like, Mutants have been out of the compensated for so long, so obviously Onslaught had to be really good. But now that he's here, not a single mutant since him has matched him. Like, Jean Grey is barely matching him. Silver Samurai is barely matching him. But Onslaught's still being used for everything. He's still in Battlegrounds decks. He's still a Stonewall for defense. He's still everywhere. And even though we're coming out with counters to him, he's still insane. And I don't like that he's insane to this degree. I'm fine with that I'm fine with the fact that he's powerful. I don't think he should be this powerful. Not this much. Nowhere near this much. So that being said, how in the hell do we nerf Onslaught without ruining him? No, I disagree with that. Nimrod, mutants inflict daunted. That's cool and all. Nimrod can still erase any single one of them that doesn't have a shock resistance, and even if they do have a shock resistance, he still goes into special 3. And even if they mitigate both of his avenues of damage, hey, he still has a bunch of damage. You know, Nimrod's a problem. That doesn't matter. Like, Nimrod is probably never going to be a 7-star. He's a problem. He is a big problem. All right, I gotta start closing this out, so I gotta make a decision on Onslaught. Here's what we'll do. Yeah, I thought about removing the metal claws as well, but it's kind of thematic to the fact that because he's supposed to be a fusion of like Professor X and Magneto. Is that what his thing is? So like it makes sense for him to have the metal claws. So yeah, I agree. Torch should have never been seen as a 7-star. They should have nerfed him before him coming up with the 7-star because it just him being in the game and him being sold to us is just reminds me of how poor I really am. Yeah. You know what? Here's what I'll do. I'm going to keep Onslaught safe. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to keep him safe. I'm going to make sure that Onslaught still has his resistances, still has his passive stun, still has his all of his utility. I'm still going to give him all of that. He can have all of that. He can keep it. He can keep it. But I'm going to gut his damage. He can keep everything else, but I'm going to do that, and I'm going to... What am I going to do? I know this is I was just talking right now. I know this is an unwelcome change. I know it's an unwelcome change, but given that he goes everywhere in the game. Like, okay, Neuroshock stack limit doesn't really do anything. If you're getting to 20 Neuroshocks, you're probably about to go turn them into degens anyway. It doesn't really matter. But the Daunted stack limit, it does a little much. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. It does have a chance to miss. Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Okay. All right. Give Serpent buff immunity. We'll wait until next year to do that. Talk about that guy. That's a, no, that's a good point about the special too, about how it causes it to miss. You know what? Okay, here. You know what? We'll compromise. We will compromise. The Daunted has a stack limit of 10, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I didn't want to do 21 because it just feels weird to like have one thing be 21 charges. Like that feels like a weird change. But I wanted to do nice round numbers. So now Daunted stack limit is 5, Degen stack limit is 15, and Neuroshock stack limit is 20. This is a net reduction, and I think it does a little more. Like, I would say I want to remove the crush as well, but I don't think the crush. Defensively, he has answers, but no. You know what? Okay. So I can understand removing the crush. We can't remove Cold Snap because Kate Bishop. Like, yeah, she's getting nerfed at this point in time, but I mean, Cold Snap is also something that skill champions like to do. Like Misty Knight does it, and also Bloodstone also kind of does it. Like that, she's not. They're not relevant, but it's still something that skill class is kind of synonymous with. You know. Crush is a reading check. How about this? How is this? How about this as a check? Yeah, I'm just using Misty as an example of a skill champion that has Cold Snap. Like, I like Kate Bishop is the main out reason for him having the Cold Snap clause. But I mean, if I remove the Cold Snap clause, people are gonna be like, "Yo, why'd you remove the Cold Snap clause?" Or like, if I remove the Plasma clause, "No, why'd you remove the Plasma clause?" Like, people are gonna complain no matter what I do. Crush there for Jugs. Was Jugs out at this point in time? Well, Jugs is also metal, so he's gonna be taking a lot of damage as well. I'm pretty sure Jugs is metal. I'm like 90% sure that he is. He's not? That's wild. Rebalance Chadal, Sword Soul, and Hero. Damn. Well, either way, I think we can't leave him untouched. We have to nerf his damage. And as a consolation prize, we've nerfed the defensive ability of Crush as well. Because we kind of had to. I agree, Onslaught shouldn't counter Plasma, but that's kind of how he's made. No, you know what? I'm already gutting him. I might as well go the whole while. Screw it. I might as well. Make him more viable for offensive champions, make him more restricted on attack. That's fine. I'll allow it. That's weird. Funny how all of these champions have like very long lines of text or paragraphs, and then Onslaught is just 5 bullet points of very simple sentences. That's very funny. I'll nerf Star. I'll nerf Star Platinum. He no longer has access to Starfinger. I mean, he already counters a lot of text. Like, realistically, there's not that many techs that have Plasma in their kit. And the text that... Here's the thing. Plasma is specifically to keep text relevant. Because looking at the tech class... Oh my god, I don't like... I don't like Conch's ink now. Like, it's better. It looks nicer. But it's just it's a lot. It's a lot. Yeah, like let's look at all the champions that have plasma. You know, like Maker has plasma, isn't magnet, pretty good, or isn't magnetic, that's pretty good. But then we got what do we got? Silver Centurion, he's metal. Iron Man Infinity War, he's metal. Omega Sentinel, she's metal. Like these characters that have plasma are already metal. They're already gonna suffer. So you may as well just give them their damage back, you know? No, that's my reasoning at least. I think this is good enough. I think this is a decent enough change. I think this completes the round. Yeah, it does. It does. Yeah, it does keep the long form because it's like even if you have less degenerations, there's nothing stopping you from just keeping them paused and just letting him keep the damage up, you know? At least this way his base damage is less and he has the potential to lose a Battlegrounds match now, you know? For all the safety you have, you're now having less damage, which I think is fine. But yeah, I think that's it. I think that's all we've done for this time around. And I'm winding down because I have to get off soon because I am very, very hungry. This one's nerf is overkill. I mean, okay, to justify the nerf to Onslaught, Kate doesn't do nearly as much damage as Onslaught does. That may be because she's not a 7-star yet. But even so, Kate Bishop is strong, but she's not devaluing an entire class levels of strong, you know? She's not reworking future champion designs by virtue of her existing. She does it a couple of times, but not to this degree that Onslaught does. And the only reason I'm trying not to say this and be mean about it. The only reason that Onslaught's nerf feels so much worse than Kate's is because we use Onslaught every day because he's a 7-star. And Kate is still a 6-star. He was released as a 7-star, you know? Like the feelings behind both these champions are very different, but they're doing very similar scopes of damage, you know? It's just that Onslaught is doing so much more. Like there's still a reason to use skill champions that aren't Kate. To this day, there's not much reason for you to use any champion that's not Onslaught. And it's bad. It's really bad. But anyway, I'm putting a close on this. I'd like to thank every one of you guys for coming out. I thank all of you guys that stuck out through the beginning. And yeah, it's a 65% nerf to damage, but 65% of yes is a slightly weaker yes, you know? I don't know. I'm just going to close it out. Thank you all for coming out. I appreciate the words. I appreciate the inputs on all of this. I got a lot more traction on this stream than I did the last one. I probably won't do another one of these for a while just because... yeah. I won't do another one of these for a while just because these streams are very long. I tried keeping it as short as possible, and I actually went on for longer than last time. I'm probably next one of these I do is probably just going to be like a gameplay stream where I just kind of hang out for a bit. Those are going to be way quicker. But I mean, edited version of this, I'm hoping to get it done before the end of the year. And if I don't, Hey, that's my New Year's gift to you guys. So thank you so much. I will catch you on the next one. Much appreciated for all of y'all's words.